Right, here we are. Just another day. So, yeah. What did I just find? Oh. Too bad Chain Lightning is scuffed. So... I want to try something real quick. Because... I don't know, apparently somebody was telling me Tar Rasharing would do a night and day damage difference, and I think, like, it's just bullshit. But, you know, you never know. Like, from the numbers, it clearly doesn't, but maybe there's something fishy involved, so I would just want to test and compare those numbers if that's, like, any true or not. But, you know, I highly doubt that has anything to do with that, so let's just exchange for 30% here. So let's see. I mean, my high hits are in like the low 3 million. So yeah, I mean, I don't see any difference like night and day here, honestly. I see lower hits. It's exactly what I expected, honestly. So yeah, I mean, I'm in the high 2 millions with Tar Rashar. Like, there's a couple of threes, but definitely... Like, there's definitely nothing bugged going on with Tar Rashar. It's like a big bunch of bullshit. So, definitely, what I'm saying is, like, absolutely correct here. That ring is not good. You know, I was like, you know, maybe there's something that the 45% of Tar Rashar, for whatever reason, is its extra bucket or something like that, but it's clearly not the case, so you just get 45% damage and that's it. Have to gamble, gamble, gamble. Gamble more rings. Still looking for that greater FX attack speed ring. Still looking for that. So, where is it? Oh, look at that. The greater FX attack speed ring. There it is, finally. Wow, I've been waiting for this boy for a long time. Ah, awesome. I have been waiting for this for a long time. So let's see. Do I have actually like something? I think I have some materials, right? Yeah, definitely. So let's go to a town, which is actually a town. Where is it? That's pretty cool, actually. Like, I will bump my attack speed by like 10% now. Well, let's temper it first. Let's put it like this, right? But you literally can't really brick a ring. So, what do you want? So, I can now try the Ice Blade's cooldown reduction, by the way. So, I always wanted to try that. First, we go for offensive. So, damage to close, I decide to switch my damage types to damage to close. So, let's go. Oh, come on. Don't brick my ring. Oh my god, I have to take this, I guess. We have 2 left. Oh, do I want to risk this? Or do I just take the garbage? You know what? I just take the garbage for now, honestly. So I cannot really go for this. The risk is too high, so I have to go for this one here. Right, min roll, but I'm gonna take this. So let's temper this. Masterwork this. I did never play Tar Rashars So I don't understand the question here. Let's go. Give me attack speed. Nope. Nope. And we do the most exciting activity. Exchange materials in the most horrible way. So let's go. Attack speed. There we are, 17.1 in like the first hit. That is like greater FX. Attack speed is no joke, man. All right, I take that, I guess. I'm not gonna go for double here, right? No, I'm not gonna do that. The impact is fairly small. If you compare these two, like 18.5 versus 21.1. So 80.9. So this is double crit. I don't know. I mean, I feel like there's something buggy going on. Like, but I mean, the greater FX obviously doesn't, it is basically additive. But yeah, so this is good. Let's enchant this with crit, right? I could actually, no, I'm not gonna do this. So let's enchant this with crit.
There is magic in all things.
So I'm gonna run out of enchanting materials at some point. And I don't know where to farm this angel breast. It's probably in Helltide. And I'm gonna be a very sad man when I run out of materials to enchant my stuff. I really hope I don't take forever. Come on, where's my crit? This enchanting, it's like... Wow, min roll? Come on. Give me a bigger roll. Thank you very much. All right. So this was the... What is it? Control. So this adds basically 5%, no, 4%, 4.5% attack speed. That's not bad, actually. It doesn't sound like a whole lot, but it is actually... It means actually a lot. I don't know when I reach the next frame, though, but, you know, every bit of attack speed can be your next frame, basically. I already have armor cap. I don't need resistances. Is there any useful ring? No, right? They're all the same. Right, so whatever. I'm just gonna put a skull. So I mean, I could replace this ring with this ring, because honestly, this ring is dog shit. Because I'm missing crit. But, and also it's min roll resource generation, so it's like really bad, but I'm gonna stick with this for now. So how much do you have now? So now I'm sitting at 82.2%. So I still need like 17.8%. I guess upgrading all these items to max will be probably another 10%. But I don't have the resources right now.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
So this goes from 18.5 to 18.9. So 0.4% per masterworking. So that's 3, right? So it's like another 5% I can get for fully upgrading these. So I'm still away, a little bit far away from where I want to be. Oh, and by the way, I wanted to check something on my Paragon, because there's something I noticed on the Frigid Breeze. Oh, okay, I'm playing it different. Okay, so by I'm playing the same setup basically. That's okay. So I might get rid of these 4 lucky hit nodes here. But I really don't know. So I only have 27%, so I can slightly optimize. I can get like another 3%. Which, you know, it's not gonna be like super impactful. But I don't really know where to put like these 3 points anyway. So I could put them into non-fizz. And get like 3% more damage. I mean, it's probably even better than the 10% lucky hit. Let's just remove these. So let's put them into this node here, right? And then we have these 2 nodes. Is there another non-physical node? This one, I can't reach it. There's no other non-physical node. Well, let's get 10 intelligence then, right? That sounds about good. So let's see how much did I get. Wow, I got 1% multiplicative. That is like amazing. Anyway. So I want to like do level 78, I think. Am I the main Sorg player? I don't know how to answer that question. I always play Sorg if that's what you're asking. Blizzard is slower for farming, but definitely better for pushing higher bosses. I wonder if I have another attack speed breakpoint. Because I have been at 25 frames. Oh, I always run into like these lightning guys and I just die because it's like stupid to do that, but I honestly don't care. And then I die in the explosion as well. So really, like, I don't care about dying at this point, because usually it just doesn't happen a whole lot, but it happens if I... No, if you get the fortified snakes, which tend to, like... I don't know. They have, like, very, very fast attack animations, so they basically hit you very fast. And the other mobs don't really have, like, so strong attack animations, so they usually don't hit you, but those snakes are, like, crazy. If you don't have Shako, just use a helmet with whatever aspect you like. You can use Undying, or you can use Exploiters if you like want to do a little bit more damage to the dungeon. And you definitely want to get mana per second on your helmet if you don't have Shako. Mana per second is a very, very strong stat. Especially for this build. But I want to try a different build. So I'm not gonna keep upgrading, I think, at this point. I want to try a different thing, some different things. At some point I want to try Want and Focus again. I would probably do that in like a couple of runs. Because I still have Want and Focus with decent rolls. And I just want to try it again. So you're welcome. So I think, you know, in the very, very high end, Want and Focus might be better again than Two-Hand. It's just like a feeling I have. It really depends how many Conjurations you can stack with that. What? The guy just one-shot me? That is weird. That guy usually makes no damage whatsoever. But maybe I should go back to my tier 75 here. Did I hit a trap? No, I didn't hit a trap. What? How did he spawn that one? Sharpshooter's not nice to me. I wonder if I messed something up. I feel like I'm doing no damage. So Asus for attack speed is really, if you are like in the low build, I have a build guide and that is the low version of the build. If you cannot fix your attack speed by using gear, because it basically costs a legendary aspect and your key passive for the 50% attack speed. And again, I'm sitting at 82.7 right now, so I basically, in a perfect world, I could get 100 without, right? So I'm not using this, and I'm sitting at 82. So basically, Asus would be a 30% waste for me right now. So, but if you don't have high masterworked items with, again, I have greater FX attack speed items here, right? So I have 3 greater FX attack speed. That's like very, very high end. Yeah. So I have a very detailed explanation on why I play two-hand versus wand and focus, and I have a video linked on this stream where you can check that out. But the short explanation is the Frozen Orb base damage gets multiplied instead of reduced. So if you play wand and focus, your Frozen Orb base damage gets reduced to 60%. And with 200 stuff, it gets increased by 120%. So it gets increased to 120%, to be correct. And that comes before all multipliers. That's the one reason. And the other reason is RNG Masterworking. Because Masterworking costs the same on two-hand and wand and focus. So literally, it takes 10 hours to farm the materials to completely masterwork like an item. And you remove like so much RNG by sticking to a two-handed weapon. So even if at the very, very high end, you know, wand and focus might be better, but I don't even partially have the materials to reach that very, very high end. So I'd rather go with the stuff which hits like way harder. So you really hit like for 30% more damage with the stuff. And again, it's way easier to masterwork. You only need to hit 1 greater affix and not, you know, 2 greater affix or basically 4 greater affixes, right? So it really makes a difference. I mean, I cannot comment on that video because, you know, the problem I have with pushing is if I fish for bosses, I can go higher. I can probably clear like tier 97, but the problem is I have to fish for bosses because some bosses have double the HP, and I'm pretty sure he did the same. And I really don't want to do that. So, because I feel like it's a waste of my time to fish for bosses at this early stage of the game. Because if you get a boss which you basically can't kill, you just wasted all your materials, bitte. Yeah, I don't have the pot, by the way, so I'm not playing seasonal. So, and also that doesn't count for me, right? So everything which you say, oh, somebody cleared this, yeah. If he enters the boss room with a shrine, or if he gets a boss which has ads, and then you know, kills the boss with the elixir of holy bolts because he kills ads, that doesn't count as a clear for me. Okay, that's just bug using. Okay, so I haven't seen the footage, but if he cleared it with, you know, fishing for bosses which can trigger elixir of holy bolt, then that has nothing to do with the build for me, because I can do that with any build. And but I mean, I don't know, that's why I didn't see that, so I don't know how he did it. But I'm pretty sure you can go that high with this build in general. But so far, I'm not doing enough damage to do it without fishing for the right bosses. But my assumption is he does, because T-Ball's will is pretty bad, actually. Does like way less damage than, for example, Concussive Strikes plus Intelligence Roll. And I mean, Ring of Starless, guys, is okay, but you lose like, again, 30 to 40% damage, so... Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't care about these. I only care about real clears. Like, fishing for procs is like irrelevant to me, because it's not your build what is clearing. It is basically just bullshit, right? Like, you didn't clear that. You used like a elixir of holy bolts which scales with boss HP. And then you fish for a boss which has like minions, so you can clear that with the elixir. So that's like, for me, it's like garbage. It doesn't have anything to do with pushing or anything. It's just bullshit. But I mean, you know, if you want to do that, like if you're bored with your time and you know, trying to prove something to somebody, like, you know, I don't really care. Yeah, I also don't understand the boss tuning. I feel like it's too tuned. Well, actually, the boss tuning is not that bad. I feel like the shadow clone, like the clone spawning rate, would have to be way slower. Right? Because I basically... And I'm pretty sure like that's the same for most of the classes. So you have 3 stagger phases. And if you cannot kill the boss within 3 stagger phases, then you're basically done, right? I mean, you can still, you know, finish off the boss when if it has like 10 or like 15% or something like that. But the real boss fight doesn't really even happen. So the bosses itself are mostly irrelevant because they don't do any damage. The only importance is really the dodging the one-shot abilities of the Shadow clone. And I don't know. I just feel like that is not really the right way to tune like endgame content like this. But I mean, that's not gonna change, right? They're not gonna touch this. Oh, I hate this. This is like the worst clone. And this is also like one of the bosses with double HP. So that's also something I hide. Like, I really hate that some of the bosses just have double the HP. Like, because these bosses already have like crazy HP, right? And then you have like 3 bosses which have double the HP. And that is like, you know, even if you would be pushing, like let's say you would be doing the highest pushing, it's like completely irrelevant. Because if you do the highest pushing, you basically say, oh, whenever you hit one of those double HP bosses, you can basically restart. And it doesn't make any sense to me because, you know, why would I want to push if by default I wouldn't even have the chance to clear half of the dungeons? That is kind of, I don't know, just feels stupid to me. So it's really like I mean, I get the RNG with the shadow clones. I mean, I hate this whole shadow clone story, like, totally. I don't like the idea of that at all. But, like, the bosses with the hit points, it's, like, out of control. Just make them have the same hit points than the other ones. Also, they have, like, double hit points for absolutely no reason. Because it's not those bosses which are essentially easier than the other ones. Like, the easiest bosses have regular HP, like Scourge of the Land, for example, which is, like, the easiest boss, has, like, normal HP. And then you have, like, this Sea Witch, which is, like, way harder of a boss, and it has double HP. Same with, like, this Slither. Like, it has also double HP. But, it is also one of the harder bosses mechanically. And the Hive Master is, I would say, the hardest boss from the mechanics. And it also has double HP, so it's really... I don't know. It feels strange, like it doesn't make any sense. Okay, if you struggle with mana, just watch the FAQ video I have. I really explain you in detail how to fix your mana. And T-Balls is definitely not the way to do it. So, Imbiber Glyph is not good. It just gives you some additive damage, which is basically irrelevant. And also you need willpower to use it, so basically you're also wasting the stat points. Again, it doesn't matter how much HP you stack, you will get one shot. So... You check the description of this stream, there's like a video which is linked, it's called like Frozen Orb FAQ. So there's like a 15-minute explanation on every single method, how you can fix your mana problems. Look at that Stagger, man. He didn't even move. And now, and now he's gone. Yeah, so the one roll on the chest is like extremely important because really you need to get your base mana regeneration up. So if you have a second roll, it's also it's gonna help significantly because it multiplies with your base mana regeneration, right? So if you look at your base, right? So my base mana regeneration is, where is it? 20, right? It's 20 now, and I have +5 on my chest. So if I take this chest piece out, now I have 13, right? So I double this. And now everything multiplies with the 20. So just by adding this 5 mana per second, you basically increase your mana regeneration by 70%. Yeah, Thorn's Barb is something different. Like, Barbs can tank stuff because they have, like, stupid damage reduction mechanics. I'm just talking about sorcerers here in general. So you're not going to be able to take any hit whatsoever. But Tempering is RNG, so what do you expect? So I want to try Wanton Focus. I'll just switch after this and see if I feel better with that already, because I have pretty good stats at this point. There's no 250% attack speed breakpoint. There's I mean, I tested it. It is not there. I actually tested 280% attack speed breakpoint, roughly. I mean, I couldn't break 5 attacks per second. And I really did everything possible. I mean, there was like... With basic skill, I think I was at 200... What is it? If you think about that, how much was it? 262.5 or something like that. Yeah, that's also one reason why I play 200 stuff. So... Because I really just don't need to worry about that so much. I just need to like take one with greater FX intelligence. The other rolls do not really matter at all. And if you do focus, for example, you all of a sudden have like 3 greater affixes you can hit. And with 200 stuff, you really have just one. And that one is super impactful. And attack power is irrelevant, so I don't bench attack power. Of course it is. So, I mean, I tested it. You can also see that in the FAQ video, by the way. So if I switch to Wand and Focus, I hit for about 30% less high damage. And also, so if you go on the dummy, right, and you hit it with either Wand and Focus or two-handed, you also have to take into account the high hits you're getting with Wand and Focus is only the first explosion, right? So the first explosion is the high damage number. So if you see like a 3 million high damage number on Wand and Focus, that's going to be the first explosion. And the following 2 explosions are just 60% of that, right? Oh, I pressed Flame Shield, I swear. So basically, yes, you see, even if you see numbers which are roughly that high, then with the two-handed weapon, you would only see that numbers on 1/3 of the casts. While if you're playing the two-handed weapon, you have those numbers essentially on every cast. So that might lead you into believing that Wand and Focus is not such a, such a terrible decision. I hate this freaking Hive Master. It's like the worst ever. But it really like is kind of deceptive. Because you really need to account for that. That was like a mistake here. So just if you just judge by the high number, right? So because the high number on Wand and Focus is 100% of your damage, and the high number on the 200 stuff is 120% of your damage, essentially. But you have to take into account the low numbers too. But I will try it anyway. The attack power, by the way, is not incorporating this aspect at all. Where I'm going. So let me just switch for a moment now. Well, on the other hand, you have to take into account having more attack speed spawns more conjurations, right? And the conjurations are another multiplicative, which boosts your damage further. So technically, there is something behind Wand and Focus. So I think it's these two. I mean, these both have min rolls Frozen Orb, right? And this one has damage to distant, but I can retemper this one. So let's see. What is this? Offensive, right? I always hit like the worst possible ones, but I have to stick with this because the risk is just too high. So let me upgrade these. At least so I have like a a relevant comparison. I mean, it's still not going to be completely relevant, but I'm not going to upgrade this to like 12 out of 12. But, you know, I can do 8 out of 12. The other one's too expensive. I'm not going to do that. But I mean, the comparison is still going to be relevant. Like it's not so much of a difference high end. That was a nice hit actually. That's also good. So I already have Storm Swell, right? Yeah, good. Oh, now I know why I'm not doing damage. I forgot to put my aspect on the new ring. That's like extremely stupid. That makes sense. Okay, so let's fix that. Right now I'm running control. Because it gives me a little bit more boss damage on the very high end. It's basically the answer. So did I miss anything? No, right? Alright, so let's try this again with Wand and Focus. Yes, it works against staggered bosses. Okay, so the right skills on actually. Yes, 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 looks good. All right, let's see. So you won't notice a big difference inside the dungeon. The big difference will be, if there's a difference, will be the boss. But also keep in mind, I have this wand and focus with the Frozen Orb rolls already. And you know, you gotta have these, right? So I mean, I made these before, so if I wouldn't have these, I would have to make these, obviously. I mean, the attack speed is faster. Definitely. So, the question is, if you max it out with no crit on passive, it will still be +3. Yeah, but I know how much damage I do without, so... I mean, I will directly see, by the number of conjurations, basically, I will see how big the difference is. And also, obviously, I will have faster stagger, so I will have a little bit of an easier time finishing off the bosses. But if the damage is on the low end, right, I will definitely notice that. Because I got a feeling by now how long these bosses take. Yeah, I mean, the progression is definitely there. Like, you know, I've been blasting for like 4 days and I don't even finish upgrading my gear. I mean, I could have finished upgrading my gear, but I, you know, made other build guides in between and stuff like that. So now let's see. How many conjurations can we get on a boss? So, I mean, obviously you can see the stagger is like significantly faster. So, I mean, besides the faster stagger, I don't see the damage being that much higher, but the faster stagger is definitely like, it feels good. But again, this was the double HP boss, so I wanna try it on like a single HP boss, actually. Also, I think these items are not that great, because this one has no greater affixes, and this one, well, this one has greater affix intelligence. And I have 46% Frozen Orb, and on my wand I had 60%, I think. So, I mean, these are a little bit worse than my stuff, definitely. But I don't know, like, I still feel like I have to try that on, like, higher tiers. But, I mean, it's still, in the end, again, the reason for that is mainly the masterworking, because the stuff is gonna be stronger if it's fully masterworked against the wand and focus. And I already said, like, it might be that in the very high end, the wand and focus is just better. Like, it is possible. So I might add like a third, like, build tab with wand and focus. But I would have to upgrade these to like 12 out of 12. But I mean, it doesn't feel bad. But it's also like because I have very, very strong attack speed rolls now on my other gear. So I might be just hitting like a better breakpoint at this point. So I guess it really depends, but I think in the very high end this is probably gonna be stronger. Just because of the extra attack speed breakpoint there. Because I wasn't able to reach the next attack speed breakpoint on the two-handed weapon yet, which is like an issue for me. And that is actually a huge breakpoint. So on the two-handed weapon I'm at 25 frames right now. And I can reach the next breakpoint that is going to be 20 frames. So that's a very big breakpoint. And I wasn't able to reach that yet. And the breakpoint for wand and focus are definitely different. So I feel like I'm running with this right now on a higher breakpoint. So it might actually be better at this stage. Same boss. I mean, the first Stagger is like extremely fast. So I reached like 14 Conjurations with this. So it's actually not so much more than before. I don't know, it's hard to tell, honestly. Well, the build guide using wand and focus is exactly the same. You just switch to wand and focus and put like a random aspect which does damage. Oh, I got Tar Rashar ring. I mean, it might actually be better because the crit and the cooldown reduction also, it matters a little bit. I just want to like try going to like 86. Let me try this against 86 once. Yeah, I mean that's totally fine. Like if you play Asus, again that's like an earlier variant of the build if you don't have the gear yet to reach your attack speed without. It's definitely not preferred endgame because it's a very high investment for that attack speed. while having, you know, attack speed rolls on your gear with greater affixes is like a much lower investment. But, you know, like, it is absolutely fine to, like, get yourself going. Like, you can easily farm, like, tier 75s with playing, like, Asus and Ancient Flame. So there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. It's just not for the very, very high end of this build. I factor in if it's too bright. No. I mean, you can remove the numbers. It helps a little bit. So you stagger the bosses so fast because on your defensive pieces, you can temper the percent chance to crowd control mobs, right? So you can put like 15% chance to freeze and all these things. And since you have such a high attack speed, you will put a lot of stagger on the boss. And that's why it staggers so fast, basically. So it's really those rolls on the armor, which are essentially for free because, you know, the others, you cannot really get anything interesting on there other than maybe barrier generation. I mean, I don't really feel like the Conjuration numbers are significantly higher with the Wand and Focused version, honestly. But it plays a little bit more fluent, obviously, through the shorter attack animation, so you move a little bit faster as well. Wow, unstoppable snakes. These guys are like no joke. Alright. By the way, this is like tier 86, right? So, I mean, I don't feel the boss going down significantly faster than with the other variant, I have to say. But the stagger is definitely faster. But, I mean, this is exactly the same problem I had with the two-hand on the high-level bosses. Like, they have, like, crazy amount of HP, so I don't really feel like a big improvement here. Other than the stagger being a little bit faster. But I feel like I was getting down these bosses better with the other version, actually. I guess the advantage here would be the way to the 4 stagger is actually shorter. But that's the Lilith, right? What? I didn't even see what killed me there. But yeah, so, I mean, this is the 86 bosses, and they are really having, like, so much HP. But, you know, I can try. If I'm concentrated enough to, break the, second stagger properly. See, that was much better. So you have to be, like, super disciplined, not to, like, freak out and run away and try to, like, you know, panic mode down these bosses. You really just have to stand your ground. And I just panic mode, by the way. So if you, like, have to... Oh my god, there's Lilith. And and there's gonna be Lilith again. So I got it now. Unless Lilith kills me now. Oh my god. Haha. Look at that. T86. That's actually like, you know. So you basically have the 4 stack, but that fight went like really, really good, I have to say. So usually like you have much more problems with that. The oh, look at that. Winterglass. Another garbage roll. The boots are garbage. I don't see any reason what would be like even playable with those. So let's try 89. That's unlucky, but not uncommon. I only killed like the tormented version like 2 times, and I found like 3 of these amulets already. Because they keep dropping. But, I mean, to be fair, that was a good boss, right? That was an easy boss with regular HP. So if I hit like a double HP boss, like there's absolutely no way I can beat it. I should really turn off the numbers at this point. This is like getting a little bit ridiculous. So the legendaries are worthless if they are not having greater affixes. So that's why I don't pick them up. Oh wow, like this guy just refuses to die. The greater affixes have like this, whatever that is, kind of star icon at the end of the name. So basically the lightning enchanted guys, right, you just want to skip them. Like, you really don't want to deal with those if you're a glass cannon. So, if you're struggling with mana, again, there's a very detailed explanation. I have a video in the description of this stream, which is called Frozen Orb FAQ. You just go in there and check the mana. I explain everything from start to beginning. And I promise you, if you follow what I say in that video, you're gonna fix your mana. It takes like 10 minutes to explain, so I cannot explain it every 10 minutes here for somebody else. But really, just watch that video and you will be enlightened. This has like, these are like so beefy. Right. Let's see what we get. Chief Marauder again. I just did that. It feels like it has like twice the HP, it feels like. So what I like about Want and Focus is actually the stagger being even faster. But that was already my third stagger, I think, yeah. Oh my god, and it still has like half HP. So you're really not getting a fifth stagger. You're only getting 4. So let me try again. The start was very bad. Blizzard is way better at doing this, actually. So, trust me. You can build exactly the same stagger with Blizzard. Come on, I pressed the stupid flame shield. Come on. But I guess I cannot beat this guy anyway. It's too strong. I will have to close this one anyway soon. I mean, the HP on this guy is like just ridiculous. So now it's getting complicated. Yeah, so I cannot beat this one. It's definitely, it has too much hit points. The 86 was okay. So again, I could fish for bosses now, which are easier. Because this has a bad model. So it has a bad hitbox, basically. And it has like random one-shot mechanics. But yeah, I mean, so you can definitely get more damage. But I mean, 86 is not bad for this, I would say. No, the rogue boss is the best, actually, because it only has half HP. I know it's a little bit difficult, but it has half HP of the other bosses, so it's really a great boss. Well, Shako, if you want to farm Shako, you have to run Ubaduriel, so nothing really you can do about that. Maybe I go to 80. I mean, the rogue boss has the worst mechanics. But again, it has half HP. So it actually is a big difference. I think Blizzard is gonna be stronger in boss damage. And that's just due to the nature of Blizzard. First of all, Blizzard. So 3 things why Blizzard is actually better. The very first thing is Blizzard, like damage per cast, basically, right? So Blizzard damage per cast. 1 Blizzard spawns 20 ice spikes. And 1 ice spike does like, you know, let's just make it 2 million damage, right? So 1 Blizzard cast basically gives you 40 million damage. And 1 Frozen Orb basically gives you 6, right? So that's just something to keep in mind. Of course, it takes a longer time until Blizzard, you know, delivers that damage, but in a boss fight, that is actually irrelevant, because, you know, the boss is going to stay in the Blizzard. Obviously, there's very annoying bosses which jump out of your Blizzard, but I'm not gonna, like, incorporate that into my statement I'm doing right now. So, but then there's the second thing which makes Blizzard much stronger versus bosses is if you run away, you're still gonna do damage. Right? If you, with Frozen Orb, if you have to dodge like Shadow Clone mechanics, then you're not doing damage. But if you have Blizzard, you know, your big stack of Blizzard is still on there. Because there's actually a limit of Blizzards you can stack. I don't know how many it is. I think it's 12 or something like that. So at some point, the old Blizzards despawn. Oh, these guys are like out of control. I don't know the exact limit, but there's a maximum of Blizzards you can stack. But yeah, so it delivers definitely way more damage. And then the second thing, I'm now talking about the very high end, right? So Blizzard has the strongest temper. Because Blizzard has like this Ice Spike damage temper, which goes up to 120%. And it's unconditional, right? So Ice Spike damage is unconditional. It goes for like 120%. And it's the absolute strongest temper. That's the third thing. You don't have to rely on your weapon temper. Right? So you don't, it's way easier to get gear. Because tempering is way easier. Because you really just need to temper the damage and the other stat is irrelevant. And so there's really the crit story. Ice Spikes basically get a free 20% crit bonus, which is huge. And it actually matters like a lot. So you can reach 100% crit with Blizzard. And that's just some of them. So Blizzard has definitely way higher boss killing potential. But here's the thing. Blizzard is way slower throughout the dungeon phase. So you cannot really farm so good with Blizzard. And then one more thing is I cannot build two builds at once because, you know, you need to build different gear for Blizzard because you need to temper Ice Spike damage. And I really cannot, like, you know, feed two builds at this point. I cannot even max out one build. So, but yeah, that's kind of like the statement there with Blizzard. So I think Blizzard is gonna be like the better boss killer. And I don't know about Ball Lightning. Yes, I didn't test it. I think Ball Lightning also has like some good potential with the extra cast. This is, by the way, the double HP boss on tier 80. So this is like horrible. Oh, this Shadow Clone is like absolutely horrible. I shouldn't have done this tier 80. And that is the big issue with those bosses, right? So this one just says double HP and it's ridiculous. But I actually had a bad start, so... This is better. But now, like, it's true face tank, right? So, have to be... Oh my god, there's the boss. The boss I don't understand is there. He just randomly hits, like... hell. I don't even know what that clone is doing. It just, like, appears and destroys everything, it feels like. So, like, this boss on tier 80 is, like... That is no joke, right? That is like a tier 90 regular boss. I mean, there's nothing wrong with staying on Blizzard. I think if you're like max rolled, perfect rolled gear, Blizzard will be the strongest boss killer, or Ball Lightning. I think it's going to be one of the two. I'm gonna revert back just to have a better comparison, by the way. Yeah, that's the thing with, if you get this boss and if you're like trying to push to like tier 100, right, you're just gonna restart because you can't beat it. I think Angel Brass is just hell tiles, and man, I'm like so frustrated because at some point I'm gonna run out of Angel Brass. I have like 900 left now, and so again I'm playing off seasonal, right? So, and I started with 5k Angel Brass, and just by enchanting stuff I'm like down to like 900 now. So I can only imagine if I run out, I'm pretty much going to be doomed. So I have to be careful what I'm enchanting now, and you know, I don't think it's... I mean, I think it's okay that you have to use the materials, but you need so many of those. And I really hate that Blizzard is forcing you to farm content you might not want to farm to get those materials. And you cannot even trade them. So that is really a huge issue for me. So if I would be playing seasonal, I would be like a very unhappy person, I have to say. You can start earlier, but you know, going to level 100 is very fast, so I would not recommend. Let's put it like this: I would not recommend playing content which is harder than it has to be, unless you like really want to challenge yourself. But I feel like, you know, if I play like an unoptimized build, I want to, you know, rather level with an optimized leveling build, right? So, for example, Blizzard is a very, very good build if you're like coming out of the leveling phase. And this build is, it requires certain gear to get going, right? So it's really... I mean, honestly, I don't really feel much slower with the two-handed weapon. But, you know, I guess I give Wand and Focus, if fully masterworked, I would probably still give Wand and Focus a slight edge because of the faster stagger. And really just because of that. There is no higher damage, absolutely not. There's just faster stagger. And that actually, it matters on the boss fights, because if you cannot beat the boss in 3 staggers, you know, the faster you get to the 4th stagger, that matters a lot. Because after this first 3 staggers, like, stuff gets like out of control. And every second you can basically squeeze out to get that 4th stagger earlier matters. Like, it matters a lot. I mean, that's why I say, like, I don't really feel a huge difference right now. But it's really hard to judge, because you would have to compare exactly the same boss. And again, there's always RNG involved, right? So at the very beginning, you can run out of mana for a couple of seconds. And so they're always like a little bit different. Yeah. You can reset it. Look at mine, I have the same. And you know, somebody told me that he put 1 to 8 out of 12 and it stayed at 2. But I think it's bullshit. Because all items at 8 out of 2 basically go to +3. Like this one, for example, right? So it's 8 out of 2. And it goes to +3 without critting. And it will never go higher. So it also started at +2, and this one also starts at +2. And I have to test that actually because, you know, I'm kind of scared because somebody bullshitted me. I mean, somebody just wrote it on a comment, right? That he upgraded one to 8 of 12 and it stayed at +2. But I think it's bullshit. It doesn't make any sense to me. You got +3 and it's at level 6. That doesn't make any sense. So it goes to +3 at 8. Again, so you said you had a 12 out of 12 and it didn't go to 3, right? So, like, look at these gloves, right? They are at 3 and they started at 2. And the same is with the chess piece. I don't know if I have it in this stash actually. So, and also I had an amulet. I had an amulet with I had an amulet with +2 devouring blaze, and it went to +3. So I mean something. I mean there would have to be like something hidden on the Winterglass that it doesn't. So then it's actually strange, right? So you need to hit it once. I can tell you if you hit it once with the +3, then it works, right? But yeah, then there's something different on the Winterglass, because on a regular amulet it goes to +3 at 8, and on all other items it also goes to +3. So then it might be unique related. It's really strange. But what I can tell you is you only need to crit it once. No, I believe you. It's okay. Like I have like 4 people right here now saying that it is like it is. So I'm just saying it doesn't make any sense to me because, you know, for the other amulet, it's not the case. And that is like what's like a little bit confusing to me. But, you know, I believe you. And by the way, I'm running out of these materials. Oh, where are we? 77. Yeah, if you have 1 crit, then it which also doesn't make any sense, by the way, like from the numbers, because it's, I mean, I don't even understand how it is, okay? Like on the other items, it goes at, if you masterwork it to like 8 out of 12, it goes to +3, no matter if you crit or not. And I don't really see the reason why it would be different on the Winterglass, but apparently it is. So it's kind of stupid. Now, if you have a greater affix, it goes to +4, exactly the same. Because greater affix is not multiplicative, greater affix is additive. Right, so if you have a greater affix on... Why do I have no attack speed? What is happening here? Okay. So if you have a greater affix, right, you basically have the Holy Grail. Like if you have a Fractured Winterglass with greater affix, that's basically the Holy Grail. So the greater affix is additive. Means you have a +2 basically, and the +1 from the greater affix is just there. But if you get the +5%, it doesn't apply to the greater affix. So the greater affix is just a bonus on top of it, but it doesn't get masterworked. So that's why it's always just gonna stay at +4 then, the greater affix one. But I mean, still, like that is extremely strong, right? If you have a +4, that is like 15% extra damage, a bunch of extra mana regeneration. So that is actually pretty good. I mean, it's not insanely good, right? It's like 15% damage. I think it is a bug actually. That's my honest opinion. Or it is like a hidden number, because I thought it would be rounding, right? So because if you have a so I had a +2 Devouring Blaze amulet, for example, right? And it went to +3 at 8 out of 12. So 8 out of 12 is 30%, right? Is it 30%? Yeah. So 2 times 30% is, what is it? 2.6, right? So basically, I was thinking it's rounding up from 2.6 to 3. And that was my thinking. But then on the Winterglass, apparently it is not like that, which is like super confusing to me. Because why would it be different? So the only reason for me would be that the +2 is in reality plus 2.5, right? And then it goes to +3 on 8 because it actually starts with 2.5 and not 2. But also that would be like stupid. But that's just how like I have a feeling that it is, because it doesn't make any sense. I mean, if it wouldn't be rounding, right, then the one I have makes sense, right? So if it wouldn't be rounding and it would start at 2, right? If you have 2 crits, which is 50%, and then you have another 45% from the 9 times. From the 9 times, what is it? 9 times 5%. So you have 95%. So basically you would be at, whatever it is, like slightly below 4, right? If you increase it by 95%, you would be like off the last, 5%. But then again, it doesn't make any sense. I mean, I can show you on the different tune. Like it's pretty easy to understand if I just log on to like a different character, like this one here, and you look at the chess piece of this one. So if you look at this chess piece, right, this is 8 out of 12, and it has +3 defensive skills, right? And it also started at +2, right? So it's exactly the same then with the Winterglass, and that's why it makes no sense to me, right? Because if this Winterglass here, where is it? So this also says, well, essentially it is different, okay? This says 1 to 2, and this one says 2 to 3 now because it's upgraded, right? But if it's not upgraded, I have one here, obviously. So it also says 1 to 2, right? So this says 1 to 2. This says 1 to 2. So you would assume this is the same, right? Okay, so why is this +3 defensive skills if it's just 8 out of 12 then? Does it make any sense to you that it would apply to this one, but not to the Winterglass? And also this one here. You see this amulet is also 8 out of 12, and I have +3 Devouring Blaze. So if you say I upgrade this to +8 and it stays at 2, it doesn't make any sense to me. But that is Blizzard Mass, okay? Just like the example here. Why it doesn't make much sense. So again, so this one here was turning so I think it's a bug, because this one here was actually turning to +3 at 8 out of 12. But I crit it once, right? So I critted it once, and it turned at 8 out of 12. So if I crit it once for 25%, and I have another what is it? Too difficult to calculate. I have another 30%. I would have 55%, right? So the 55% would then push the +2. 55% would be +3, right? That makes sense, actually. So what does not make sense is that it works for the other skills. Well, they give plus... No, it just doesn't make any sense, because it should be the same for all items, but apparently it is not the same for the Winterglass. I mean, if what you guys are saying is correct, like, I really don't want to upgrade another Winterglass to test that, but if you're like, forcing me to do so, I will do it. Alright, whatever, like, I'm gonna solve this mystery now. I'm gonna see if you guys are full of shit, or if I'm just like lucky. Maybe it's also related on the item level, who knows, right? I'm just gonna masterwork this now, okay? Screw it. So, alright, you see. So this is 2 now at 4 out of 12, right? And I bet you I'm gonna hit the Conjuration Mastery now, by the way. That's gonna be like... That's gonna be story of my life. Right, let's do it. This one here, right? I'm gonna do this, and let's see. It was so clear. I mean, this is like so retarded that I hit this. Anyway, I don't have materials to test this again. Like, this is just like, you know, that's just story of my life, right? That. Come on. Sorry, I can't do it again. But at least now you know if you hit it once, it's gold blue +3. This game is like killing me. Right, I want to do 77 with this setup again. But that's Murphy's Law, right? Nah, I believe you. I believe you. I mean, it is possible that it has something to do with the drop level, the item level. Maybe it is because mine has been dropped by Uber, the Lord Zer, or however that thing is called. I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to speculate. I'm just going to say it doesn't make much sense to me that it is different for the other items than for the unique. Well, so the biggest change is the pit's tier 61 because it drops you the highest material. So there's a big change. Besides that, the changes in tiers are fairly minimal. Yeah, maybe it is. That's why I say maybe the other affixes actually start at 2.5, right? But it doesn't make any sense because it says 1 to 2, so... that's why I'm thinking it is a bug. That's just my assumption there. But, you know, I have no clue. I feel like it just doesn't make sense to me. Like, I don't think it makes sense to speculate. Just accept it. So I want to upgrade my wands. Maybe I want to make a new wand, by the way. I have, like, some wands. And I'm not going to need the wands for Blizzard anyway. But it would be stupid if the affix has a weight for upgrade, because it clearly just says, you know, it's increasing the affix by 5%. But I don't know, like, I just say in the end it makes no sense to me. I wonder if I should, well, I don't even need an item. So so there's basically 3 more builds I want to try. Well, so I want to try 2 more builds, but I want to build 1 more build. Because I want to build the Frosty Strides build, because, you know, I have to farm Nightmare Dungeons to get rune shards to do pits. And this character is slow on Nightmare Dungeons. And Frosty Strides will be the fastest on Nightmare Dungeons. Look at that mechanics. Like it's nothing. Yeah, I mean, the Frosty Strike is... It's not that difficult, honestly, but... You know, it's a speed farming build, and as you can see, I have to go run Nightmare Dungeons after... Oh, look at this, greater attack speed ring. Second one. God damn it. I'm lucky today. Alright, let's go. We make a new one here. I can get more crit. I'm just changing to one hand to try if it's significantly better. Or, I mean, I want to see, like, the difference, and I don't see a huge difference. But that's why I say, I have the assumption that on the very high end, Wanted Focus is better again. What am I going to do with this? I'm going to do offensive. Maybe I can make a better one with damage to close here. Come on! Oh, should I risk it? Or should I take the 61? Oh, I need cold damage, by the way. Oh, God damn it, that was a mistake. Oh, I need cold damage. Can I get it anywhere else? This one has just one left, but this is also not very good. Do I have a focus? Do I have a focus with greater affix? Yeah, a level 200 Duriel has like 10% drop chance for Uber Uniques, so it's pretty good actually. No, I don't want to do a focus actually. I don't want to. Ah, come on, I cannot brick this ring. Like, that would be like extremely stupid because this is a very good ring. And Frost Finesse is like... And you know what? If I brick this, I can still use it for Blizzard. Look at this, Ice Spike damage. So I'm gonna keep this for my Blizzard build because this is essentially the God roll. Let's just put this to my stash. Unfortunately, no upgrade for me today. So this is like the double crit min roll. Like my Frozen Orb rolls on these are like so bad. But I wanted to see if I have another focus, which has any greater affix. This one is pretty good actually, right? I mean, I don't want health obviously because I play Glass Cannon. But my focus are all dog shit. Here's one with this is also garbage. So I literally have no good focus. What does mine have? Int, crit, cooldown reduction. So I'm not gonna get any better than this, honestly. So yeah. I mean, I might just keep upgrading these and see. But I might also just keep upgrading this one here. So also upgrading these armor pieces helps a lot because, you know, they have greater FX intelligence. So all these things give a lot of damage, right? Critical damage is terrible. You want to have vulnerable damage unless you're playing a fire build or a blizzard build. But still, in a blizzard build, vulnerable damage is also better. Because crit damage is simply not 100% uptime there. Attack power is RNG. Ignore attack power. It doesn't mean anything. It mainly only takes critical strike damage, flat damage to everything, and attack speed. So that is the main thing which gets factored in attack power. All your conditional stats are not being factored in. So that's why it's not a reliable stat at all. No, there's no viable incinerate build. I use conceded because I have no clue. Like people are going on my nerves and telling me that shredding blades aspect is bugged. And I didn't have the time to test that yet. Same goes for Verse Mastery. I didn't have the time to test that yet if that's bugged, and I don't trust anything people say until I tested it myself. That's just like the way it is, and it, you know, it usually turns, a lot of the times it turns out that what people say is just plain wrong. And it happens a lot. Sometimes it's true, I know, but not always. And that's why I'm very conservative with, you know, play these because this is bugged, don't play this because this is not bugged and stuff like that. So I always have to make the tests myself. And it doesn't take a whole lot of time to test it, but still, it takes time. So if I would switch from conceded aspect to shredding blades, I would gain 5% damage, obviously. For the instant that shredding blades is working properly, but you know, I don't know it at this point. I just made a misclick, that is not good. Yep, that is my death. Even if there would be a way to move where incinerating, burning damage just doesn't scale. That's the problem with burning damage is you will never have a good burning damage build because it's just missing crit. And what? I need more flame shield duration. So it's just missing crit, and what you get in exchange for crit is basically just a terrible damage multiplier. I don't know how the ratio is, but I think you get like 1% per, like, what is it, every 20 crit damage or something like that? I don't even know at this point. But the ratio is just very bad in general. That's why it's terrible to scale burning. And I'm playing like dog shit right now. This is like the worst play I ever did. Now I have to dodge again, manual. I'm gonna die again. I hate this boss, by the way. Should just restart this. Incinerate is ticking for 20 to 30 million. It should tick for like 200 million, then it would be good. Okay, now we do it the correct way. You just don't want to mess up the flame shield timing, and then, you know, you know, have absolutely no problem. But if you start messing up once with this boss, it like gets super out of control. Because you have to dodge like these shadow projectiles and stuff like that. And I don't even know why I die. Like, I really can't deal with this boss. It's like so annoying. T80 is just not a comfortable farming zone. I didn't even see this stupid shadow clone. Like, I'm in the worst possible position right now. Can't see shit. What is this tree? Alright, one more time. One more time. Now I'm gonna stay in the middle. The annoying thing about this boss is that it just keeps floating backwards. So it gets into nasty positions where you don't want to have it. And it's doing this. Now this is messing with my flame shield timing, I think. Or maybe not. No! Ah, I can't deal with this boss on this level. Alright. Shouldn't have done this. I would have killed this without wanton focus because I hate this stupid boss. It's like so terrible. I want to go back to my stuff. So there's no best build. Frozen Orb and Blizzard are both great builds. They are like significantly different. It's really, you cannot really say what is the best build in this game because builds have strengths and weaknesses. So if you ask what is the best build, then you always have to say what is the best build for pushing tier 90 rifts or tier 90 pit. What is the best build for farming materials? What is the best build for XYZ? But don't ask me what the best build is. That is like, you know, that's like if you ask me what is the best car, right? Then I'm gonna say you what? Like if I'm in war, the best car is a freaking tank which can shoot. If I'm on the Autobahn, the best car is probably like the fastest one if I have to be in the hospital in the next 30 minutes. If I have $5,000, the best car is probably the used one, which I can afford, right? So the question, what is the best XYZ, doesn't make any sense, okay? I can tell you that it's a good build. They're both good builds. They have strengths and weaknesses, and they have different purposes. Blizzard is the better pushing build. Ah, ground effects. Firebolt is only good for pushing. Firebolt is absolute dog shit for farming. But honestly, like, I still like the stuff more in general. It just hits harder. If I have the fully upgraded wand and focus, you know, I might still change my opinion. Because I have a very good stuff, and my wand and focus is not so good. But I just gotta, like, say that the faster stagger on the bosses is definitely a clear advantage which wand and focus has. But I hit the bosses way harder with the two-hand. That is just the story. By the way, there's one other thing I wanted to try. I want to change aspects. I want to switch the what's it called? The aspect with the frozen orbit. I want to switch that from the stuff to something else. But I think I'm out of juice now, right? Yeah, I can't even open this. I have to play Nightmare Dungeons now. That's like so depressing. Uh,
See some steel you need.
but anyway, it's not gonna take very long to like farm enough. Yeah, the aspect of the Frozen Orbit. Again, my assumption, I mean, it's not an assumption, but, you know, I'm playing this and it significantly boosts those, like, 2 Frozen Orbs, right? Aspect of Retribution, never heard of that. That new? I have an aspect of Concussive Strikes. I have to check that. I have never seen, like, aspect of Retribution. Or was that like a mobility aspect? Because I cannot run mobility aspects. Oh god, I have to collect this. So now I have to do like 3 Nightmare Dungeon tier 100. So I have rune shards for the pit again. And that's why I would like to have a Frosty Strides build, because that's way, way faster in Nightmare Dungeons. Okay, attack aspect doesn't make any sense. Because the other aspects are stronger. No, I'm not adjusting this build because I'm just testing this. But in this dungeon I'm using it because I'm faster with it. But I still think Wand and Focus is... Again, I don't post any stuff which I don't test. And at this point, I don't think Wand and Focus is better. I just think it has some small advantages. But honestly, if you're at the stage where Wand and Focus would be better... Let me just say it like this, right? If you are at this stage of the game where Wand and Focus might be better, you are like already pushing tier 85 and higher. And you have farmed more than 20 to 30 hours of material to fully masterwork your gear. And let me just tell you one thing. At this point, you should be able to decide yourself if you want to play two-hand and Wand and Focus. You don't need a build guide for that, because literally nothing changes. You just put another damage aspect on and call it a day. So that's just my take on it. So it is not good early game. It is not good. I would consider this where I am right now as late mid game. I'm not transitioned into very late game at this point. And it's also not good at this stage. It is seasonal and eternal realm is exactly the same. Absolutely no difference. Zero difference. Okay, so I'm trying to switch my aspects now. But I have to do this gambling story here. Get some rings.
Not much, is it?
Let's see, max life, I don't need these. I don't need another Tar Rashar ring. Favorite this. Let me just put this to my stash to be very sure. I don't need this. This is okay, by the way. I can always keep these. Oh, this is a focus with greater ethics. I'm gonna keep that one as well. And the rest is gonna be junk. Yeah, this guy. This guy. I hate that you can only like carry 2k of those obols. I don't get why they limit it. It's like super annoying. Why is Blizzard forcing me to gamble if I could just wait and do it at a later time? So I'm gonna do one more Nightmare Dungeon here. What is this? Mercy's Reach? I don't even know which ones are fast. Honestly. But at least one Nightmare Dungeon gives 18 rune shards, right? So that's okay. That doesn't make any sense, whatever you're writing. Like, the CC affixes have never been the reason for playing two-hand. Additive affixes have never been the reason for playing anything. Again, like, the playing two-hand is... The reason is mainly... I'm not even gonna say it. There's a video on my channel, on the video description here. You can check that. It's called FAQ, and I explain you why I play two-hand and not wand and focus. What am I doing here? No, it's just Frozen Orb. You have mana problems in Blizzard build? But it's essentially it's the same, honestly. If you have mana problems in Blizzard build, it is actually the same. Get mana per second rolls. It will actually help you, yes. There's, but it's a little bit different in Blizzard. But you shouldn't have mana problems in a Blizzard build. But yeah, it's essentially the same. If you check the Blizzard guide, I have on my channel, I use mana regeneration rolls on all gear. And that is absolutely fine. I cannot tell you by the... Whatever you're talking about, these greater affixes, I have no clue. Again, attack speed, attack speed, attack speed, attack speed. Right? Vulnerable damage is nice, int is nice, but these things are minor, okay? What's important is attack speed and critical strike. And the tempering all the affixes, so... The masterworking levels, it all comes together. So it's hard to say. But you got nice gear. Like, if I would have your gear, I would probably be beating tier 100 by now. I haven't found a single item with even 2 useful greater affixes at all. So... No. No accelerating affix on 2 and stuff. You would put a damage aspect on the stuff. And I would be interested how it balances out. But accelerating aspect, definitely not. Sure, attack speed affects everything, yeah. Attack speed is literally everything in this build. But I still wouldn't sacrifice that... that 200 aspect for just 25%. But I definitely, I want to try changing the aspects around and see if I'm, you know, maybe I'm missing something. I haven't tried everything. Well, if you played 30 hours, why don't you just trade for it, honestly? Just go on Diablo.trade and trade for the amulet. Why you are, like, giving yourself such a hard time? Right. Yeah, I'm using control right now because it gives 5% more damage. But that's pretty much it. I still like shredding blades, but people are, like, freaking me out saying that it doesn't work properly. And, you know, I cannot verify it at this point because I don't have time to test it. But in general, if it works like expected, I think Shredding Blade is the best aspect Sorcerer has, basically. Okay, so I want to try switching my aspects now. Where's my big stuff? This one. So let me go back to like Sarega. Just go Tormented. Stop killing the regular version. I killed the Tormented one 3 times and I found like 2 of them. So let me try change this with the damage aspect now. First thing I want to try is I'm changing this to control because that's the biggest one I have.
Magic is neither good nor evil. How may I help you?
So let me change this to control. And I change this to orbit. Right, control, orbit. I'm not saying that damage on a ring is a dead stat. I'm saying damage on a ring is a bad... Well, this damage is a dead stat. Yes. On a ring, it is a dead stat. No Tar Rashar ring, watch the video in the description. It is a dead stat because 33.8% additive damage is like 0.3% damage. And 10% crit is 10% damage. Okay, so on a ring, yes, it's a dead stat. Absolutely. All right, let's bench this on 75. I'm gonna see if switching the aspects around is having an impact or not. I'm also gonna try the accelerating. I mean, I could also go to the dummy and see if I hit like significantly harder. Because I know on the dummy I hit for like the 4 million is like the high hit. I think it's like not representative if I take this as a benchmark. But you know, if I'm at a boss and it's like significantly faster than before, like I kind of feel that it's like better. But right now, again, this is like now, if you look at this, it's deceptive because you cannot look at the high hit. Because high hit is only going to be 1 of 3 hits now. Because the Frozen Orb explosions, like the second and third one, only explode for 60%. So if I get a high hit, like 4.5 million now, that means, yeah, I hit 4.5 million on the first explosion. But the second and third explosion are hitting way lower, right? So you cannot really judge by the high hit. That's a mistake a lot of people make when playing Wand and Focus. Because they only account for the highest hit they see, but not for the average hit. Alright. Let's see here. But just from a logical perspective, the Frozen Orbit aspect on the wand should be superior. Because basically now I'm reducing my damage first and then I'm increasing it again, which doesn't make any sense. But we will see on the boss. Yeah, I mean, aspect of constant... No, you have to cast it yourself. But aspect of concentration is not good. I hate this boss. So this is about the regular speed, I think. It might be a little bit faster. This is like a tier 75, right? So it's not a very strong boss. Right, so there was like an easy second stagger phase, right? Change to Frozen Orb. Don't change to Frozen Orb early. I would highly recommend to change to Blizzard. Frozen Orb is not an easy transition. You need a lot of gear. It doesn't really depend on your level. It depends on the gear mainly. But Frozen Orb, you want to be level 100. You want to have max glyphs and everything. That build really needs also Masterworking. So I would highly recommend not going into this build early. Really, that my honest recommendation is Blizzard is the best transitioning build from your leveling phase. Because you literally need nothing to start playing Blizzard. And also, you have to understand, there's also a very great benefit if you don't transition into Frozen Orb. Because you need the Winterglass, or if you can trade it, or if you have it, like, you know, it's good. But if you don't have it, just imagine, you know, don't go farm that amulet on, like, level 80. Don't, like, you know, go to Lord Zur and, like, spend 5 minutes fighting that guy to just, you know, try to find that amulet. It's way more efficient. You just level to level 100, level everything up, because during that time, you have the chance to drop this amulet naturally, right? So why not just, you know, play to level 100, get your Masterworking materials so you can get everything to 8 out of 12. And you know what? If you're lucky in that period, you're gonna find the amulet already, because that is actually not so unlikely. Like, it's not like this is super rare. It's just a regular unique. You can find it. Like, every unique you can find can be the Winterglass. You find, like, a unique every, like, 10 runs or something like that. So, also, if you're farming Helltide or whatever you're doing, like, you have a chance to drop that item. So don't force yourself into a build early which requires you to farm a specific item. If you're level 100 and you have the materials and you're like, oh, I want to play this build now, then you either trade for it or you can farm it. But you should only farm it if you can finish Lord Zero in, like, you know, 30 seconds. You don't want to, like, try to do that on a low level. You can start building into Blizzard on level 80, no problem. I wonder if this feels more powerful, actually. So first Stagger phase, I get to like 50%, right? And second Stagger phase, I basically kill them. Right now in this setup. So almost kill them in the second Stagger phase, I guess. So let me revert back and get the comparison here. Yeah, if you got it at level 30, you can just throw it away because the roll on it is gonna be dog shit on level 30, right? So if you get it on level 30, it is significantly weaker. The stats are just bad. Correct me if I'm wrong there. But I had like low-level uniques in like non-ancestral versions. You cannot masterwork them and anything. So, I mean, it's fun that you have it, but you cannot really use it for a build. Okay, so now I'm gonna change back to Frozen Orbit and to Control. Why not T-Balls? T-Balls is dog shit. T-Balls is not gonna give you damage. So T-Balls is gonna give you 20% damage. This Pants is giving me 40% damage. And it's giving me the faster stagger on bosses, right? And it's giving me life and it's giving me armor. So just T-Balls is good if you're like early playing like a very slow build trying to fix your mana or something. But T-Balls is nothing for late game. Damn it, my elixir ran out. I hope it didn't run out before, because then I would have like a super bad benchmark now. Did I have the elixir in the last run? I would actually have to know this. People say, so there's people saying it doesn't work at all. Other people saying the vulnerable damage is additive. Other people saying it only works the half of it. So I have heard all kinds of different stories about shredding blades. No, it's not necessary. Look, I have 15k HP. Your glass cannon, it doesn't matter if you have 25 or 15k HP. You know, you're gonna die a little bit more often during the dungeon if you get like these electric guys. But honestly, like HP is just basically a waste of damage at this point. Because whenever you put HP on any kind of weapon or offensive item, you're basically losing out on damage, so you cannot really do it. And mainly if you play rubies in your armor pieces, that's like a huge damage loss. Okay, thank you so much for that information. So I can benchmark this. I have control right now instead of shredding blades. But, you know, I will also verify that. I will switch from control to shredding blades after this and see if I see a significant damage reduction. But, I still need to test this. I need to test this sometime, maybe tomorrow or day after tomorrow. I don't know. I just need to do a recording and, you know, get the whole... the white hit and, you know, make sure, like, I need the verse mastery I need to test and the shredding blade I need to test. Because it's freaking me out. This is not slower, right? This looks like pretty much the same speed than before. Dies within the second stagger phase, right? So I think I have been faster than with the other setup, but you know, it doesn't look like a huge difference, honestly. Judging, I don't know if these bosses have the same HP, obviously. I would have to benchmark it against the exact same boss. For ice, but still vulnerable damage. Your crit chance on Blizzard is usually like 60%. So... no, they were pretty much the same speed. I needed 2 stagger phases for both bosses. Let me do another one. Yeah. 1% crit is roughly 1% damage. No, it's not additive. When I talk about 1% damage, that's always multiplicative, okay? Whenever percent is always multiplicative, additive damages have nothing to do with that. So I say, why do I say 1% crit is roughly 1% damage? So it depends on the build a little bit, right? In this build, you have Devouring Blaze. And Devouring Blaze gives you 30% damage for a crit, right? So you get 30% extra damage for a crit. Then you add that to the 50%, so you have 80% extra damage for a crit, right? So if you get now 1% crit chance at 80%, that would basically be 0.8%, right? Can you follow me until now, right? So 1% more crit at 80% more damage is 0.8%. So, but then you have to take into account the crit damage because you're running the Destruction Glyph. And the Destruction Glyph basically gives you crit damage. So you have like, you know, I don't know, I think you have 200% crit damage or something like that in total. So you have to take into account that 200% crit damage will only be effective on a crit. So you need to add that to the calculation. And if you say that the crit damage is maybe like 10% of your damage, you know, you're kind of like somewhere in between the 0.9 and 1% range. So you can roughly say 1% crit is 1% damage in in this build. In builds like Blizzard, where you have +3 ranks for Devouring Blaze on your amulet, it's even more, right? Because 1% crit chance if you have Devouring Blaze +6, then a crit is actually 110% multiplicative, right? So it is probably like 1.2% damage. If you're playing a fire build, then all your damage scales with crit damage. Then 1% crit is probably like 5% damage or so. But that is basically the story why I say 1% crit is roughly 1% multiplicative damage. Again, it's something you can basically calculate with. It is not completely accurate, you know, it obviously depends on how much crit damage you have and stuff like that, but I'm always trying to not build any crit damage in builds where I cannot reach 100% crit, so I'm usually only accounting for the crit damage which you get from, well, you get some from Asus boots and some from the destruction glyph, right? So that's why I'm saying that. Okay, I messed it up. I have to wait 50 seconds. Because otherwise that wouldn't be accurate. So let me see. So I have, as you can see, I have 310% critical strike damage, right? And you have like, it's actually a little bit more even. Because you have like 1500% damage in total and 300% of 1500 damage. So you have to revert back to 1200 basically, right? Because this comes on top. So you have 1200 damage and 300% of 1200 is actually, what, like 30% or something like that? So I think it's even more. Like, if you have 310% crit, it's probably even 1.5 damage even, right? No, go for 21. So it's even higher. I didn't even know that I have such high crit damage. Where does it come from? Do I have crit damage on any of my items? No. Where do I get all this crit damage from? Or do you get like 50% for free, basically? I think you get... I get 173% from items in Paragon. Why do I have 310? I'm confused. This doesn't make any sense to me, but... Oh, maybe it's... I think it's additive. Maybe the 100 is the base, and then you have 310? It's like so strange. I don't understand why. Critical strike damage bonus 310. That doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. I will check it after. I will get naked and see where this crit damage comes from. Oh, I think this boss has low HP. I'm not sure though. No, same HP as the other ones. Okay, so it's pretty much the same than with the other boss, so I need 2 stagger phases to kill him completely at this setup. This was a little bit faster, but I think this boss has lower HP, honestly. That's bad. If you're playing Frozen Orb, that is bad. Critical strike damage is not a good stat. Now burning... Okay, so... Look. Let me take out Destruction. Where's Destruction? So let's take out Destruction. Now I have 79.3. So let's take out Asus. Now I have 50. That's the base, right? So where does it come from? I don't understand. So 50% is the base critical strike damage, right? Then I add my 31, what is it, 19.5. Why is it 79.3 now? That doesn't make any sense. So this has 19.5 and it goes up to like 79.3. This is confusing. Is this like is it like a bug? Or is it like pseudo multiplicative? Where does the extra crit damage come from, man? I don't know. No, no, it doesn't make any sense. Look, this is the base 50, right? I have the base 50. And if I put this on, it goes to 79. But this only has 19.5. Does it have to do with the critical strike chance? Does it incorporate your critical strike chance somehow? Wait. Let me put destruction back. Without Asus. 281. Doesn't make any sense. I don't understand it. I don't know. Either like this number is wrong, or this is multiplying with the crit chance. This might be multiplying with the crit chance, actually. So let me I'm just gonna calculate this real quick, right? Wait. This is... So I have... What is it? So it says I have 154.4. 154.4 times crit chance of 23.3. So... No, that doesn't make any sense. I have no clue, honestly. Maybe this number is just showing me dog shit. Yeah, you can enchant defensive skills. You can also, if you're at the occultist, you can also... let me just change something in my OBS here real quick. Go back. Okay. If you are enchanting, you can see actually what you can enchant here, right? So you can go for... If you put your chest piece and you press this little icon here, right? You can see defensive skills. So you can enchant it. Okay, so I have no clue why the crit damage is higher. So... Doesn't make any sense to me. You say it's a 1.5 multiplier. Did you calculate that? So, I mean, I'm interested if it's just a display bug. Because otherwise, critical strike damage would be pretty strong, actually. So, it's really, really weird. But it's not 1.5, right? 19.5 times 2 would have been 38. And I was not at 78 without the destruction glyph. Right, if I take out the destruction glyph. Oh, you said 1.5, right? So, wait. Is it 1.5? So I have 50 and I put this on. I have 79.3. So I take 19.5. 19.5 times 1.5, right? Oh, wait, wrong button. 19.5 times 1.5 is 29.25. So no, it's not a 1.5 multiplier. Oh yes, it actually is. It's rounded. You're right. Okay, so why does it show my crit damage with a 1.5 multiplier? That is some kind of strange. Or is it like the X 50% critical strike damage is... Is it possible that they multiply the crit damage with the 50%, but then the 50% doesn't get added? Maybe it is like this, right? Because you have 50% crit chance, and this it also says like includes the inherent 50% increased damage dealt by critical strikes. So I think it already multiplies your crit damage, but then the 50% is not included, basically. You understand what I mean? So it basically adds the crit multiplied with the 1.5 to your additive damage bucket, which is actually exactly the same than like if you would add it as flat and then take the 50% later as the multiplicative, I guess. I think so, at least. But I don't know. In the end, crit damage is bad if you don't have a lot of crit chance. Okay, that's like the story behind it. But again, that's why I say it's roughly 1% extra damage per crit chance. So I think that's still accurate. I think that the calculation just incorporates the 50. That's just a weird display mode, which doesn't make any sense to me. So I want to switch back again and test this again. You can buy items on Diablo.trade. So let's get control here again. Let's get shredding. Let's get orbit here. Again, Diablo.trade. There's no guide for gold farming, I'm sorry. Like, you really cannot farm gold in this game. Just farm nightmare dungeons or hell tides or whatever. Like, that is pretty much what it comes down to. Or play on Eternal Realm where you have gold. If you don't have high gear and you're on basic, don't go above 61. Don't do yourself a favor if you don't have good gear and if you don't have a good build which is optimized towards running higher levels. Just keep farming 61. That's the sweet spot there. If you do 40k damage with one orb, you're probably level 50. That possible? That doesn't make any sense. You have a weapon equipped? Like, there's literally no chance you're level 100 and you're doing 40k damage with a Frozen Orb. Like, literally, that's not possible. Like, if I remove all my gear, I will still do more than 40k damage, so that cannot be accurate. If you can't regenerate mana, check the stream's description. There's a video which is called Frozen Orb FAQ. And there's a 15-minute section where very detailedly explain you how to fix your mana problems. So just watch that video and believe me, after that you will never have mana problems again. And also one thing I can give you on the way, if you have mana problems, use the Elixir of Resource too. If you really struggle, you can always use the Elixir of Resource too, which is, by the way, the one thing I forgot to say in the guide. Maybe that's obvious, but I don't know. Level 61, yes. Level 61 is the pit level where the highest materials can drop. I just tested Wand and Focus, and I felt like it feels fairly similar, but I don't have perfect stats on it. It has slightly faster boss stagger, but I didn't feel like a huge improvement overall. So, judging that you need double the materials to temper and masterwork is, I would still say, in a very endgame variant, it might have an edge. But it's also dependent on the attack speed breakpoints, which attack speed breakpoints you reach. No, wait. Let me just kill this boss real quick. I don't... Okay. Also, like, the positioning you do is, like, pretty important because, oh god, that was a mistake. Because if you're, like, standing in the boss, for some reason your frozen orbs are getting, like, thrown through the boss. and don't hit properly. I don't know why that is. Oh my god, that clone. So you need 1 cold damage temper because Frigid Breeze gives you 30% max. And if you don't have a cold damage temper, you will not reach the 30% of Frigid Breeze. See, like, these Frozen Orbs actually exploding behind that. So I haven't figured that out completely. What is the good range there? I hate this boss. So this boss definitely doesn't work for benchmarking. So I really think I have to, like, adjust my positioning here. Oh my god, there's the... God damn it. This boss. Ah! I can't deal with this. Why is it so difficult? Oh, because I checked. So I changed back to, like, this dog shit setup, right? I mean, I gotta say it has to be worse because I had never problems with this boss and now all of a sudden I have. But this is also like a horrible boss. So like this range, so all the Frozen Orbs hit properly. There you go. Okay. I need another benchmark here. No, you can never remove burning. So removing burning is a terrible decision. So I don't need Frost Nova at this point because I have enough Stagger. But I think for the very late game, right? So if you really want to push higher bosses, here's what you're gonna do. So, wait, let me... Skill tree. So what you're gonna do in the very late game, I'm gonna show you very soon, is you remove Firebolt enchantment for Ice Blades enchantment. Right? And then you spec into Hydra with Burning. So I can show you this for like a run right now. Switch this and let's just get some random points from somewhere. What random points can I take? Do I need Lightning Spear stun, honestly? I can probably deal without it, right? I don't. Let me just remove this Stagger here. So I'm just gonna show you the effect on the boss, right? And the effect on the dungeon, because that's important. Yeah, getting 100% attack speed is like super intense. Like I'm at 83.1 and if I upgrade everything I'm getting to roughly 90%, so it's like extremely hard. No Skyring garbage. Get Shako. Okay, so now you will see in the dungeon phase I will be extremely slow now, right? But I will be much faster on the boss fight. You can use Starless Guys, but it's not the perfect setup. But it's good if you want to save, if you want to fix your mana early. Starless Guys is a good item. But it's definitely not good for the late game. You're gonna lose out on like 40 to 50% damage compared to a legendary. So as you can see, like, you know, my clear speed here in the dungeon is significantly slower because I don't have burning. This is just a tier 75, so it's not a huge deal. But if this would be like a tier 90, this would be a bigger deal. Right? Because burning, basically, not having burning removes you the Devouring Blaze crit. So let's just assume at 50% crit chance, you're gonna lose out on 15%. You're gonna lose out on the damage to burning. and you're gonna lose out on the Flame Feeder glyph. So you're gonna lose out on like, let's make it roughly 25% damage in this dungeon phase here, right? Without running Firebolt enchantment. Which, I mean, you can see that it's significantly slower, I guess, right? It's easy to see. But, you know, you get a couple of more Ice Blades, which is obviously making up for it. So this is really the late game setup for boss pushing. Because you will have more Ice Blades when it comes to the boss stage. You can definitely use Blizzard build at level 60. All you need is a decently rolled Glacial Aspect. I mean, you can probably play with any Glacial Aspect, really. But you should farm yourself some Ancestral Gear before starting. So it's nothing wrong staying in Helltide for a little bit and getting your gear going. You really want those mana regeneration rolls on your armor pieces for Blizzard early. Okay, so now let's see if we get more like 14 Conjurations, right? Because 14 Conjuration is kind of the sweet spot here. See here, 14, 15. Why am I doing lower damage, by the way? That doesn't make any sense to me. Oh, mistake. Okay. So, I didn't even feel like I'm doing higher damage, but, I mean, I screwed up this fight. I also, I really don't know how much the fire damage portion actually is if you use Firebolt enchantment. I should maybe test that, if that actually does a lot of damage or not. I want to test this real quick. Let me just go to the dummy. Because you should have a significant advantage on bosses when switching to this setup. I mean, you can still play Tar Rasharing. I'm talking endgame here, right? So whenever you're not in endgame and you have Tar Rasharing, there's absolutely nothing wrong with playing that. I'm really talking like endgame. The affix is on my stuff. Wait. I'll show you. It's not good rolled, but I don't have enough materials to remaster work this. So let me just put this on boss training dummy. So I really want to just see how much damage comes from the Firebolt enchantment here. Let's hit this a couple of times. And see how... I think I can see the small ticks at like 500k-ish. Okay, let's end. Okay, 360k is the ticks from the Firebolt enchantment. So, I mean, it's okay, but, you know... It is not like... I think it's not making up for the Hydra story. I'm really trying to see if there's... It's so hard to see because these Conjurations keep throwing Frozen Orbs. Okay, maybe I'm lucky. Okay, 390. So, I mean, these ticks are like... I guess they are not to underestimate, honestly. I really think they are not to underestimate. I mean, I'm not sure, like, if it really makes up for the extra conjurations you get from the Ice Blades enchantment. No, Blizzard is not gonna buff anything. I mean, I don't care about other classes, honestly. I feel like the other classes just have to be fixed. I honestly feel like the power level of the sorceress is fine at this point. The other classes just have stupid mechanics which are not making any sense, like all the billion damage stuff that just doesn't belong in this game, and it should just get removed. Vulnerable damage is much stronger than crit damage, because vulnerable damage is 100% uptime and crit damage is just 50% uptime. Okay. Oh, Asus boots. I'm still looking for oh, these are good ones. They just don't have the mana cost reduction, but I actually don't give a shit. I want these. I've been looking for these forever. Who cares about the crit damage, right? Like, well, actually, it would be better to hit the movement speed, but because this one is just better, because I hit the movement speed affix once. That's like ridiculous. Right, let's reset this baby. Let's get one movement speed first. That's a smart move. Right. Let's do one ding. Where's it? What do I need? I need this, right? Yeah. Oh, what? No! I failed. I upgraded the wrong ones. Bye-bye materials. Well, I take this one. This is good. I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna need the mana cost reduction here. Okay, I'm so disappointed that I failed this masterworking. Just wasted all my materials. It's like such a bad feeling. But I mean, I'm gonna switch back to my old setup here. Well, no, I want to test shredding blades actually. So let's just put shredding blades here. And let's switch this stuff back here. Oh, I already switched it back. Okay. You only need one roll with cold damage. So I have one roll with cold damage here, 66.2%. And that's only for the Paragon glyph. Only for the, where is it? Frigid Breeze? Only for the Frigid Breeze, so you reach the 30%. Right? So that's the only cold damage roll you want to have to reach this breakpoint. Other than that, I wrote in the guide damage to Frozen is the best, which is technically the case if you're like on a lower level. But if you're like very min-maxing, it is probably damage to close will be the best stat. And if you would be like the Fortune boss pusher, like very technically the best stat is damage to distant, but you cannot keep distance on bosses realistically. But if you would go for the 1 in a million tier 110 Frozen Orb super run, then you would have to get damage to distant on all your gear, because that is the highest roll of all. Right? It actually has the same roll than damage to Frozen. But the problem with damage to Frozen is, again, we're talking about the 1 in a million roll, right? Because damage to Frozen will then not damage the boss outside of stagger phases. Which the boss is not going to take a whole lot damage outside of stagger phases, but if we are min-maxing, technically damage to Frozen would then be worse than damage to close. But this is like super small details. But damage to distant in generally is a terrible stat because you have to face tank those bosses, man. You cannot keep distance with all bosses. It just doesn't work. This new Asus boots makes me like speedy. I like it. No, Daze doesn't work on bosses. No crowd control effects work on bosses. But if the boss is staggered, it counts as all crowd control effects. So it counts as dazed. So whenever you daze a boss, basically, it gets staggered, right? So crowd controlling a boss builds up the stagger bar of the boss. And once the stagger bar of the boss is full, the boss gets staggered and counts as every single crowd control. Well, technically, close damage is better for bosses than frozen, yes. But again, this is like very, very high level min-maxing. Also, close damage is a little bit less risk when tempering. Because technically tempering, like the natural finesse, only has one stat, which is garbage. Which is damage to distant, right? And the cold thing has like two stats which are garbage, which is blizzard damage and ice spike damage. So there's a slightly lower risk tempering natural finesse, which you also have to take into account. So if talking super min-maxing, right? So this is really just like very theoretical things. So I have Shredding Blades on now, but this boss has double HP, so I don't know if this is accurate what I'm doing. But it still goes down significantly faster. Also, I mean, it goes down fast, because remember, this one has double HP, right? So if this would be a regular boss, this would be dead by now. So I'm pretty sure the Shredding Blades is gonna be fine, actually. God, this Shadow Boy. I have to check again with a different boss, though. This one doesn't count. If you really want to get gear, like, you know, Nightmare Dungeon is good and Helltide is good, but Pit doesn't drop a whole lot of gear to be... So it's really, like, minimal, the gear you get out of Pit. Okay, so do another one. I want to see the Shredding Blades one. Because the Shredding Blades technically is a little bit... I mean, yes, it's 5% less damage than the Control, but also it's less conditional. Because you should have barrier 100% of the time, but in reality, you know what? Sometimes you're not gonna have a barrier. Well, no, the best way to level up is pits or nightmare dungeons, in fact. But Helltide is way more relaxed and you get the materials while leveling up. But it's technically not the fastest way. It's the fastest way early, but as soon as you are in World Tier 4, Pit and Nightmare Dungeon are faster. A little bit. But also, like, you should level up what you enjoy most, because we are talking about, you know, a 10 to 15% difference, like, or whatever. So it's really not, like, very important. You're welcome. These lightning guys are like... It's like killing me. Alright. I want to test the Shredding Blades. I don't know, I cannot tell you because I only had a double HP boss. So I need to find a single HP boss. Because if the 30% wouldn't be working at all, then I would definitely notice it. Alright. I would show you after this run. But I mean, I like the first time somebody told that to me, I was like, I think I was doing Uber Lilith, and I was exchanging control to shredding blades. I don't even know what build it was, but you know, it had control on it by default, and then I was doing Uber Lilith, and I was changing it from control to shredding blades, and I was definitely feeling the damage. But again, like if you're like feeling the damage, that is not like the way you want to test stuff. Actually, I missed the resource reduction on my Asus boots here. Okay, that definitely felt slower though, but I don't know what is the deal with Chief Marauder, because last time I took forever for this one as well. And the second stagger phase seemed to be alright damage-wise. I have to revisit a boss which I have already seen. So if I can beat any boss in the second step... Oh, look at this. 3... Okay, who's gonna bet that this 3 greater affix amulet has... Okay, I'm gonna tell you what it has, right? It's gonna have maximum life. It's gonna have resource cost reduction. And it's gonna have plus ranks of shocking impact. Let's go. Ah. Almost as bad. But the maximum life was correct. It's still dog shit, unfortunately. The greater affix intelligence is awesome, by the way, but it's missing one stat, so unfortunately that is the story with the amulet. Do I have my original setup back? No. Let me just stash this. So this is my gear, right? I have to remaster work this Shako, by the way, to get more cooldown reduction. This is like the worst masterworking ever. I kind of have a feeling I kind of think I feel this resource cost reduction being lower than this one. So I might actually switch back. This one I don't even know if I want to remaster. I think it's alright. I would like to have a better one, but this is okay. I think I'm going to switch this back, by the way. Because crit damage is only going to be up 50% of the time. And vulnerable damage is going to be up 100% of the time. You're welcome, dude. Okay. Probably because I swapped some aspects. I don't even know. Okay, I have more attack speed and more crit now, I think. No, I have just more attack speed and I upgraded some items, so... But again, attack power is pretty random. Why am I attacking so slow? What is wrong? I feel like something is wrong here. No, I think it's okay. I think I'm confused. If you're doing 100k damage on the Frozen Orb, you're probably level 50. Literally, like, there's no way you're doing 100k damage on a Frozen Orb. Like, it's literally impossible unless... Like, if I put all my gear off, I will still do more than 100% damage on a Frozen Orb. It just doesn't make any sense. So you probably have horrible, horrible gear. Or you're like level 50. Or you have no Paragon glyphs. Like, no, it's not possible. Honestly, like, you must be doing something so wrong. Like, it is just so far off. Like, do you have Paragon glyphs? Do you forget about your Paragon board? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Right, let's see. Okay, this boss I think has half HP. Oh god, it's the ugly clone. I always die to this. That's like the worst clone. Because you can't dodge it with Flame Shield. It's like so terrible. Because the animation is longer than one Flame Shield. And after the stupid animation, like he's like doing this puddles on the ground. Like it's like so overtuned, this guy. And you cannot see them obviously below all the Frozen Orbs. And I just wasted my Flame Shield. God, I'm playing like dog shit. Oh, I hate this. Right. So I don't know if like, I mean, I think this boss has less HP. I want to have like one where I like know how fast it actually goes. Yeah, I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. Like literally, you cannot make 30k damage with a 50k damage with a Frozen Orb on level 100. Like, it is just not possible. Even if you'd like take completely random gear, like, I don't know. Again, like, it's not possible. So you gotta be lowballing there or something like that. Your glyph's level 15. There's your answer already. Like that's a huge difference. But still, you should be doing way more than 100k. I cannot tell you how you're finding out. Like, I just gotta assume you have terrible gear, terrible stats, like everything messed up. Like, I can really not say anything else, because if you did everything exactly the same, like in the guide, if you're spamming your Frozen Orb, you have like Conjurations up, then you cannot. It's not possible that you're just doing like these low damage numbers. Like, it's literally impossible. You forgot your enchantment slot, maybe. I cannot tell you. Like, there's gotta be like a significant problem. Like, level 15 glyphs will maybe take away from you, I don't know, 30% damage, maybe 40. Well, are you spamming your Frozen Orbs? Do you have 10 Conjurations up at a time? Yeah, without Fractured Winterglass you cannot play this build. That's like literally not working. Yeah, but even without Masterworking, you will do like so much more damage than 100k. Damn, I just used my unstable currents. Damn it. I don't know where I have to stand here. I hate this boss. Completely out of control. I swear I jumped out of this. So let's do this one more time the correct way. Come on, not this guy. I mean, Shredding Blades has gotta be working. But maybe if it really works at half the amount, I don't know. Like, it's so hard to tell. Like, without actually calculating the numbers, it's really hard to tell. Int attack speed and max mana. Okay, here's the problem, right? That amulet is awesome, but you have to roll plus Devouring Blaze, for example. If you play Blizzard, you would have to roll +3 Devouring Blaze onto that amulet. And that is gonna cost you so many freaking resources, right? If you can roll the third stat, this amulet is extremely good. In percent is a very, very good stat. So in general, that amulet works for all builds, right? It works for fire also. If you want to play Firebolt, that is the perfect Firebolt amulet if you can get to roll Devouring Blaze ranks on that, or Glass Cannon. But you have to roll that, and that's gonna be freaking expensive. And I honestly, I cannot tell a significant difference between, but last thing I wanted to test was accelerating aspect, right, on this one. Okay, so let's go, where's my accelerating aspect? So we go for control here, right? Mana on single target, read the guide. Mana on single target is the easiest way because you just use this one here. Right? Frozen Orb, restore mana when hitting frozen enemy. That's like fixing all your single target mana issues. But I'm also running Avalanche. So mana on single target is the easiest, really. I mean, it's not the easiest. You gotta get like your conjurations up, but it's the same than non-single target, honestly. So now I have like the 50% attack speed on my two-hand. Yeah, +4 Devouring Int as Amulet. That's like the jackpot there. It's like literally the best amulet you can get for like a lot of builds, especially like Firebolt build if you want to have very high pushing. That is going to be so impactful. Percent intelligence is like, if you play all Topaz, percent intelligence is like 50% damage or something like that. It's like crazy high. That stat rolls to like 15%, I think, if you upgraded it to like a 12 out of 12 or so. I mean, it's like insane actually. Yeah, non-first damage is dog shit. But I mean, it's still better than nothing. The best thing you can hit on that, I mean, you have to remaster that. You have to remaster that. Because the +3 Conjuration Mastery is very, very important. So basically, you just want to remaster it on like tier 1. And just get the plus Conjuration Mastery on tier 1. And then just get it to 8 out of 12. And it will jump to +3 at 8 out of 12. So that's really important. There's no all-round temperings, really. Like, I mean, obviously you can put a damage stat on there, like damage. Vulnerable damage is probably the best all-round stat, because it literally works with every build and has like 100% uptime. And the second one would probably be resource cost reduction or resource generation. They are both good affixes. But that, for example, wouldn't work for fire builds, because fire builds you would probably want to have pyromancy attack speed or something like that. But that is probably the best all-round stats you can get on there. I cannot help you to find out why you're doing 100k damage only, I'm sorry. Did you check if your weapon is item level 925? So I'm running attack speed now, right, by the way. I don't think I think I reached one higher frame, actually. But as you can see, my damage now is... It's again... I think it's definitely lower. I pressed that too early. I definitely have a higher attack speed frame. But... yeah. I don't think that's a good thing to do. And again, I missed. Ah, come on. I have to concentrate on these stupid shadow clones. It's like freaking annoying. I mean, yes, it is. Because you need lucky hit to do the boss stagger. So you need to get those stats, even though lucky hit on Frozen Orb has been nerfed to the ground. By the way, that's the third nerf, or the fifth nerf. I don't even know how many nerfs Sword got this, like, this patch, like. So you give me a lucky hit base build, right? And then you nerf the lucky hit of Frozen Orb to like 5%. Like, it is like, I don't understand why, like, literally Sword got like nerfed to the ground this patch. Like, there's so many nerfs to Sorg, like, and not a single buff. So that is really... I don't know. I don't understand why they did that. I mean, instead of just nerfing the build, they literally nerfed the class. So they made a build which was too strong, which is okay. You know what? That can happen, but then they nerfed the build and not the class. They nerfed the class and not the build. Like, literally, they nerfed every single source build. Got a significant nerf this season due to the removal of the spells triggering, like Frozen Orb enchantment triggering, unstable currents triggering protection and stuff like that. Like, there has been a significant amount of nerf. Is Tar Rashar being nerfed to 60% max from 75%. Like, so many nerfs. I don't even understand why. Like, literally, I have no clue. What is it called? Orbit. It's just not understandable for me. I'm going back to the original setup, by the way. Oh wait, I had accelerating aspect on. No, it's okay. Okay, did I find anything good? No. Look at this. Oculus was 52 teleport. Oh, it's such a dog shit item. I'm not gonna I have a video on this guide which is called FAQ Frozen Orb. I'm not gonna talk about the one hand versus two hand for how long. It comes down to two hand is not worse than one hand, but it's only half the cost to temper it. That is basically the conclusion I'm making there. If you want to have the long answer, watch the video. Wait, what is happening? What? Andy, did you check if your weapon is item level 925? That is probably one thing. But besides that, there's literally nothing I can do. Because it is not possible that you're doing this low numbers. If you follow this guide and you're level 100, it's like absolutely impossible. Like maybe you forgot imprinting every single aspect. I don't know. It just doesn't make any sense. It's just not possible. So I cannot tell you. Honestly, I cannot tell the difference. I have to test the shredding blades on the dummies. I have to make a real test. Yeah, maybe all your items are broken. I didn't think about that one. That is a possibility. I mean, literally, I'm gonna remove all my gear but my weapon, and then I'm gonna hit the dummy, and I bet you I'm gonna do more than 100k. Without any aspects. Well, maybe I will be roughly at 100k. No, I will be doing less than 100k actually, because I will not have intelligence, I think. Yes, you have to hit +1 Conjuration at the first, exactly. I did a mistake once again. My gear is always almost broke. I cannot tell you, unfortunately. Maybe you have to write to Blizzard support. Alright, let me put all my gear off and hit the dummy. And see how much damage I do. No, T-Bolt's will is not good. It's very, very early if you have it and you know, try to creep in some mana regeneration, it's maybe good, but on the high end, it is worse than any legendary. Okay, look, I'm gonna remove all my gear now, right? Everything. And let's see how much I will hit for. Look, even the tooltip says 20k if I have no gear and no intelligence on, okay? So even... Look, I hit for 100k, right? So... So literally, like, there's gotta be something so wrong that, you know... Again, maybe your gear is broken. Maybe you need to repair your gear, dude. Maybe there's a bug. Maybe, you know... I don't know. Maybe try to switch your gear pieces. Maybe they're not working at all. But as you say, I just literally did nothing and put my entire gear on, so I really only have a Paragon board and no aspects which are doing damage, and I was hitting for 100k. So, like, literally, there's no way on Earth you can only do 100k unless, you know, either there's like something bugged or you are like doing something completely wrong. I don't want to see that proof. Show that to Blizzard. I'm sorry, but I mean, if it is like it is, then it is like it is. Where's this repair button? So wait, I'm out of rune shards once again. No, damage reduction is not a thing in this game anymore. Nobody cares about damage reduction. Your glass cannon no matter what. What was I gonna do? Nah, just gonna go back to my farming 77s. He's probably, I don't know. I don't care, honestly. But like, what is wrong with people? Like, why would you write that? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. Like, what has to be wrong in your brain to like write? Oh, I only do 100k damage. What am I supposed to do? Like, it just look. Some things don't make any sense to me. Like from the beginning, like because that is not a good troll. Like, if you want to make a troll, just make something decent, right? Like, this is just like playing garbage. Like, why would you do that? If you want to do a good troll, why don't you say, oh, I found an amulet which has a +6 Conjuration mastery on it? Or why don't you say, hey, I just cleared like a pit tier 125. Like, do you want to see the proof? Like, why don't you give me like a decent troll? Like, why would you give me like... that doesn't make any sense to me, right? So... What's the trial? I don't know any trial. But anyway, so... What is the trial? Like the trial of... the trial of trolls? You know, I remember Path of Exile when I got back into Path of Exile like a year ago, and I haven't played in like a gazillion years, and I was forgetting to do my trials, like my labyrinth, and I was like, I didn't get why, like I was still doing like decent damage, but you know, I kind of just forgot it because I was like, oh, this is like super late game or something like that. That is like super so much work, and then I like realized, oh, I have to do this trial, like it's like super easy. 16k? Why don't you say 5k? So I still like the whole one end and wanted focus story. I really like at this point. I'm pretty sure like at the... If I would hit the highest attack speed break, if I would hit one higher attack speed breakpoint with the two-hand, I'm pretty sure that the two-hand would actually be better. But I don't know if I can actually hit it, because it's like very difficult to test that. Wait, didn't I have Flame Shield? Probably not. God damn it. Exploiter's Aspect doesn't stagger the boss much faster, I think. But anyway, I wouldn't have any room for Exploiter's Aspect. Because Exploiter's Aspect will actually not give me boss damage. So I cannot really put that on anywhere. Damn it, I messed up my Flame Shield timings all the time. Like super sloppy. I mean, I did try Lilith like back in like a couple of days ago where I was doing like half of my damage and it was pretty easy. I mean, I didn't kill it because I wanted to do something else. I'm pretty sure I could kill it now. Should try it. Let's try Lilith. Can't be so difficult, right? No, I don't know the attack speed breakpoints, unfortunately. I can tell you that there's a 161 attack speed breakpoint for basic skills and Fireball. That's literally the only breakpoint I know. But I think the breakpoints are different for every single skill. I don't care about the Lilith Spark Drop, but I think they fixed it. So, let's see. I don't talk about my ethnicity. Do we say that like ethnicity? I have no freaking idea. So let's see. No personal information in the internet, dude. Didn't you learn anything? Right. Oh wait, let me just get conjurations first, right? This is hard without hitting a boss, actually. Let's go. Do I need to dodge anything here? No, right? Just stagger and kill it, right? Oh, I'm overshooting her. Right, let's do this again. I think I could have killed that before even lifting. Now I have to play the goddamn mechanics. What? Okay, I have to play one. What? Okay. What did just happen? Anyway, I'm gonna live. Now I have flame shield. That's good. Why is she doing like all her mechanics? I want to stagger her. Come on, stagger. God damn it. Must be the worst Lilith attempt ever. Alright, there you go. I don't even know what they changed on Lilith, honestly. Did they change anything in this phase? Do I need to, like, do anything? We could get a good position here. Oh, they changed the zoom. Oh, this stagger's fast in second phase, right? It's like instant stagger. I think I'm not close. But this guy has like quite some hit points, right? So what am I do now? Like I hit flame shield and run out of here, right? Yeah. Oh, I have to hit it, right? Where's the flying whatever things, like the little sparks? Wasn't it supposed to be no, the little fireballs? They are gone, right? No more fireballs? Wait, I have to go there. Oh, I wasted my flame shield. Am I gonna die? No, right? No. This doesn't seem to be so difficult, right? Am I staggered in the middle? Am I gonna kill it? I mean, this is still pretty slow, right? Like, I'm taking forever to kill this dude. But, like, without the little fireballs, like, the difficulty of this fight is, like, non-existent, right? Like... Okay, in this phase, she has, like, the one-shot mechanics, right? Okay, so now she's doing crazy stuff I don't understand. What am I gonna do now? Bro, I have no clue what I'm doing here. I'm just gonna hit this girl. Just gonna do flame shield. Wait, what is happening? What is happening? Where am I going? Okay, I don't know the mechanics. Come on. What do I have to do in this phase? Okay, let's do this again. I have no clue what I'm doing. This time I'm gonna be better, I promise. Oh, I have no unstable currents. That's bad. Alright, now Stagger. Stagger, Stagger, Stagger. Yes, perfect Stagger. It's gonna hit her very hard. I think this would be better with Wand and Focus actually, because you need like quite a bit of Stagger for this girl. And now I have to play mechanics. Like... Wah. What? Why didn't that hit me? Was I just between like the two red spikes, like right in the middle? Oh, come on, couldn't just stagger this? Wait, what's happening? So, my problem is I don't know the mechanics because I've never played these mechanics properly. But I'm not gonna give up. I'm gonna kill this now. Never give up, never surrender. Let's get some conjurations. Oh, that was unfortunate. But this, like, she has like quite a bit of HP, I have to say. Maybe I shouldn't play Firebolt enchantment as well. Look at that movement. Oh, that was not such a good movement. Some of the spikes don't do damage and some do, actually. How do I know which ones do damage and which ones don't? Oh, this ones do, I'm pretty sure. Alright, Stagger. Stagger! Can it die? Yes. Alright, what? That was dead. Like, it literally, like, took off while being in Stagger. I, like, that doesn't feel right. Again? The mechanics are so weird, like... I feel like she can take off while being in Stagger. That doesn't make any sense to me. Okay, so let's do this again. This can't be so difficult, right? So, okay, so you never get the little sparks if you stagger him before he, like, takes off, basically? So that's always, like, this easy mode? That's actually pretty simple, right? You don't have to play the hardest mechanic. Okay, I can't stagger him now, but now he's gonna insta-stagger, right? Wait, so I don't want to play this last phase. I don't know how to do that. Why can't I, like, beat him before the last phase? I don't want to get hit by these. Ah! Can I just get some more damage somehow? Like, what is the problem with this? I think I should remove control glove, right? I'm running control all the time, which is not very smart. So let's remove control, and then it should be good. You will die no matter if you have T-balls or not. Damage reduction is literally not helping you against one-shot mechanics. Let me just change this to... I have Storm Swell. Let's do Conceited. T-Ball's Will does half the damage of 20 of 200 intelligence and Concussive Strikes aspect, if that's the answer you're looking for. What is it? Conceited? Let me switch to Wand and Focus for that girl. No, I don't want. I go with Stuff. I think no blobs spawn if you stagger her fast enough at a certain point or something like that. I don't know. So I guess it's always easy mode if you can stagger her fast enough. Right. Get a good start. That was a horrible start. Where's my mana? It's so difficult to like hit her right in the middle. That was a very, very bad start, I feel like. Whoa. Okay, that was wrong. That was a terrible start. That has always been like this with the yellow, the fireballs not spawning if you like do something. I never know what it actually, what triggers it. Like you have to stagger it at a certain point or before like whatever happens, and then that basically happens. But I have no clue what exactly is triggering that, so this looks better. It's like a little RNG heavy, like this fight, I have to say. Like, if she's skipping the correct animations, it's actually pretty easy. But if she's skipping the wrong animations, it's pretty annoying. Like, this animation, for example, is very good for me, because she lands in the middle. But if she does the animation where he lands at the very side, then it's really, like, annoying. No, I didn't swap to verse until I can test that. Okay. I just gotta bring him down before the last phase, because I really cannot play this last phase. I don't have unstable currents, but I don't think that matters, actually. I will use it at the next stagger. I'm still like, I'm not doing enough damage. God damn it. She has like way too much HP for me to handle this phase. I just randomly survived something, which I don't know what it's doing. Can she just die? Please? Okay, what is happening? See, I have no clue how this phase works. Does anybody know how this phase works? It's just like a billion random mechanics. Alright, I do one more. One more. This was already messed up. Last time I did way more in this phase. I don't know where all the RNG is coming from. See, now she's doing the bad animation where she lands outside of the zone here. And I I can't do any damage. I have to like wait for all her animations to finish. Again, the same one. What? She took off again? This is like the most random fight. Oh god. No, the thing is, I don't have to play the whole last phase if I can deal enough damage before. So, if I can get her to like, you know, 1% life before phase 3, which is how I always killed her. Like, I always did it exactly that way. I brought her to like 1% life and then, you know, she literally just needs one hit in the last phase. But I feel like I just miss like some damage to get there. Like, I'm just randomly doing not enough damage here. Maybe I should wait with the Stagger until the last phase. I cannot, actually. I also feel like she's getting, like, so little damage in these phases. But maybe she just has, like, a gazillion HP. What? Why did I die? I didn't do anything. Yeah, of course he's gonna melt it with a different build. Like, this, I can also do Blizzard and kill it in like 5 minutes. But it's like strange. I want to kill it now. Where's the alchemist? Like, this is not a boss killer build, right? This is like very far away from a boss killer build. So I literally stood on the other platform. Can we agree on that? And was not standing on the platform, which was breaking. Can we agree Blizzard made that mistake and not me? Okay, now I have a slow run again, I think. So you need to have the perfect distance. And then it works great. But if the distance is like not 100% perfect, it's like a huge issue. But see, now it's easy again because she does the animations where she lands in the middle. Okay, and this one I actually... Oh, it doesn't even kill me? Interesting. This was a pretty good run, right? I destroyed her. Or maybe I should continue casting while I have my lightning spears up. It's like so RNG heavy when the boss is not there to how many conjurations you get or you don't get. Or why do I have the fireballs this time? Wait, what? Why? I did exactly the same. Right. Are these doing much damage or? I guess. So again, I'm doing way too little damage here. Way too little. What, one shot? Okay. Not fair. What did I do wrong? I don't like this girl. Maybe I should put Hydra on my bar. I mean, I'm still playing like control aspects, so control glyph and stuff like that, which is pretty bad in this actually. Oh, this was the wrong distance again. It's like so confusing. And now I get this stupid mechanic? Yeah. Oh. That hit me. Damn, I shouldn't have popped Flame Shield there. Now I have to... Oh, she doesn't do anything. I cannot see shit. I should not use unstable currents in this phase, and I should save it for the second one. That sounds like a smart idea. Wait, what? Didn't even see that. Wait, so now the things are not there, right? Or when do they even spawn? I have no clue. But now I have unstable currents at least. That's a good one. Where are my orbs flying? Right, unstable currents, let's go. Big damage. Again, that, I don't know from where I have to hit him. Like the... Ah, oh, no, I'm gonna stop doing this. This is like too annoying. Can't deal with this. I can't deal with this. I'm gonna do one more, then I'm gonna give up on this. I would have to change Paragon glyphs and stuff like that, because I really do like run the glyphs which do damage during stagger only, and this one actually has so much HP I cannot have it permanently staggered. And I have to learn the exact distance where I have to stand so she gets the maximum damage. This looks good, right? I have no flame shield. Ah, there it is. I don't understand this mechanic anyway. Oh god, I used Unstable Currents. There was a terrible mistake here. But you know, that is what it is. I wonder where I have to stand. Maybe here? Wow, this is like literally... Why am I not doing any damage to this? What am I doing wrong? But the flying things are not here. This takes so little damage. Wait, what happened? Did he skip a phase? We have to go. Okay. This... Am I wrong, or is this top right corner supposed to be missing at this point? Am I in the last phase, but there's still like one corner left, which is not supposed to be here? No. Okay. Maybe I just... What? I don't understand this point. I think this is the last phase, but this corner was still there. Nah, I'm not gonna do this. This is like too annoying, and it's like absolutely no reward for killing it, so who cares? This is like not the correct build for this fight. But I feel like something is wrong in the second phase. I feel like it just doesn't take the damage in the second phase for whatever reason. And I don't really know why. Like the first phase, she takes way more damage. The second phase, she just takes like 20% of the damage. Like the numbers are like way lower. Okay. Wait, what did I have to change? Unseated. Swell. Oh, I have no materials, fortunately. What time is it? Okay.
In all things, let me show you.
I don't even know why, what I changed.
The magics await your return.
Also, probably want to play Ice Blade enchant. No, it's not the HP. My numbers are lower in that phase for a reason I don't really understand. Like I only hit for like 500k even when the boss is staggered. It's like very strange. Okay, which one is fast? This one is fast. But I mean, you can definitely kill it. I mean, as you like, I was in the last phase, like, you know, 4 times. I just don't know the mechanics in the last phase, and you know, the visuals are like so terrible. So I just run around like an idiot, and you know, random stuff is just gonna hit me because I don't know what to dodge and whatnot. So, so I guess, you know, it is actually not very difficult to do that if you know the last phase mechanics, which I literally never played. Like, I have never played through the last phase because with every Lilith kill it was always like this. Then if you enter to the last phase, she has like 1 hit point and you just gotta hit her once and she's dead. Like, it literally every Lilith fight I ever did has been like that. And that doesn't seem to work. I have no updates on this build. It's still the same. The only thing I am running right now is Frozen Orb enchantment instead of Frost Nova enchantment. Now, if you can clear tier 65, you're probably at half my damage. Again, this build is not good for Lilith. Like, it is absolutely terrible. This is probably like one of the worst build for that fight. Because this has like only stagger damage and Lilith doesn't really get staggered. I mean, you only have like 3 stagger phases on her, right? And you don't have enough damage to kill her within the stagger phases. So this is not the optimal build. Like, I don't need Frost Nova and Frozen Orb. I have enough stagger. I would only do that if I wouldn't have enough stagger. That's why I have it on the guide. If you like continue masterworking, your stagger gets like higher, and then you don't really need the Frost Nova enchantment anymore. So the Firebolt enchantment still does significant damage. Like, I just tested it on the dummies. So it ticks for like 600 million or something like that. 600k. So it's definitely not part of the damage which you can ignore. Obviously it's not very much, but it's maybe like 2 or 3% extra damage. Where do I have to go? The best build for me is probably like just Firebolt because you're immortal. But Blizzard will do just fine. Like, but Firebolt is immortal, so it's a pretty no-brainer, right? I have to gamble. Blizzard forces me to gamble. What do we have here? The gazillion maximum life focus. I'm gonna switch to wanted focus once again. Wait, what? So many Tar Rashar rings. I don't even care about these. Let me just keep one here. But we're still gambling rings. You're welcome. Right, what do we have here? Greater lucky hit chance. So if there's ever going to be a lucky hit build, I'm going to keep this. So let's do some pushing here. I want to try pushing with wand and focus for a little bit. Uh, even though these are not upgraded, who cares, right? Just want to try. Because critical strike damage is only gonna be up like 50% of the time, and vulnerable damage is gonna be up 100% of the time. That's pretty easy, right? I'm not saying that Nova enchantment is better than Orb. I'm saying at early on, it gives you more stagger. And I also explained that in the guide. Like, really, I say these things. Like, there's a reason why I say these things in the videos. So I say you play this for stagger, and as soon as you have enough stagger, you feel like you switch to something different. And that is the whole reason. If you have enough stagger, Frost Nova enchantment doesn't really do anything for you. Then again, if you get to the very high levels where you might need a 5th stagger phase for bosses, then all of a sudden it might be better again. So it's not like so easy to say. It really depends on the mechanics with these bosses. Because right now... Whoa. Oh, it's the lightning, boys. I have to go. Bye-bye. So right now with these bosses, if you can't kill them with 3 stagger phases, it's very hard to reach the 4th stagger phase. And if I would switch to Frost Nova enchantment again, for example, it would be easier for me to reach the 4th stagger phase, but I would do a little bit less damage, but maybe I could get a 5th stagger phase. So by getting a... Why is everybody lightning enchanted? So by getting a 5th stagger phase... Yeah, and thanks for this spawn point, dude. By getting a 5th stagger phase, you would actually do more damage again than just having 4 stagger phases, but not having the Frozen Orb enchantment. So it's not that simple. Let's just put it like this. That is exactly the opposite. It is like such a disadvantage having to upgrade a 2nd item because it's so expensive and takes so long. Like, you're not getting more of upgrading more affixes because the affix on the 2 end has double the stats. So literally, that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense if you ask me. I don't run any incense. I've just run the attack speed potion. I think I just clicked the random incense, but you know, like the effect of an incense is literally like 0. Like it's absolutely minimal. It's like beyond minimal. Like maybe 0.5%. So it's probably not worth your money. Wait, oh, I didn't check my aspects, by the way. I'm pretty sure I'm screwed, right? Oh, actually, I'm not screwed, right? No, I'm not. Okay. 30. Control. Conceded. Okay, I'm not screwed. Wonderful. I cover that in guide, by the way. When I talk about the attack speed, I always mention that the potion I'm using to reach my attack speed. Oh, I hate this. Ground effect. Yeah. This is like horrible. Let's hope I get a good boss. Because I'm already depressed by this dungeon. I feel like something is wrong. But I mean, the tier 90, like 89 trash is already like having quite a bit of hit points, I have to say. And I'm playing this wand and focus trash, which is literally doing no damage. Why is it no damage? I feel like I'm doing something wrong. I should be doing more damage than this. Something is wrong. Alright. I think so, yes, but I can't test it because I don't have rings. But I think Ice Blade's cooldown will be the best temper. This is actually a good boss. And I pressed a random hotkey once again, and that is already messing up everything for me. Wonderful. I have to rebind this hotkey. Like somewhere next to my W key, there's like this hotkey, which is open up this random menu. If I wouldn't have messed up the stagger phase, I would have been like 20% closer. There's a boss I don't understand. Ah, that's Lilith. Okay. Okay, I didn't see that one. But this is definitely doable. If I can just concentrate at the beginning. Oh, come on. This is again not good. It should be like 20%. By the way, this boss, I just have to learn. This mechanic is actually super easy. You just have to wait until like lands 3 times. And then just dodge it. I don't know why I'm having so much trouble with that. So if I get the first stagger, that guy is gonna be down. The force. Alright, let's go. Oh, and there comes Lilith. God damn it. That was my easy kill. Now I have to fight through it. Right, stay calm. Just wait for the shit to rain down. Alright, that was tier 89. But that boss is like super easy. But I don't care what other classes are doing, honestly. Yeah, they cleared tier 96, but with app using the elixir. So they didn't really kill the bosses. They just pitched for bosses which have minion and used the elixir of holy bolts. So for me, that is not clearing. That is quote unquote clearing. See if we can do 91. These are getting beefy, man. Wow. These are really getting beefy. Or maybe it was just the affixes of them, I don't know. I'm just gonna skip those. That's the thing, right? Because I play on the Eternal Realm. If you play Seasonal Realm, they just use like the Holy Bolts elixir to like cheese through this. And I don't know, I just don't feel like that is like interesting. Because that is the same thing with Gauntlet, with going for shrines. Like, I want to play my class. I don't want to play a Holy Bolt elixir. It's like, it's not appealing to me. Let's just put it like this. Like, if I just have to click a random item, which kills the trash for me, that's not playing the game for me. I don't use Tar Rashar because it does no damage and doesn't give me attack speed. If you want the full explanation, you can check the description of this stream. And there's a video which is called Frozen Orb FAQ. And there I explain in detail why I don't play Tar Rashar. What? Okay. Okay, I think I'm not gonna be able to beat... Like, the difference, like, between 89 and 91 is already, like, pretty rough, actually. Like, these elites have so much HP. Again, the video is in the description of this stream. Not the chat, the description. So really, I feel like the damage of on this wand and focus is not as good. But the faster staggering really helps with these high-level bosses to reach the 4 stagger phase faster. And that is really the huge benefit of wand and focus here. It's really not the damage. Oh my god, how am I gonna kill these? I wish I had the elixir of holy Fire. Again, I literally just said why I'm playing Wand and Focus right now. I'm not gonna repeat it. Vulnerable damage is better, but cold damage is pretty much the same strengths. Yes, I still think Blizzard is better than Frozen Orb. Alright, let's go for this. Oh god, Blood Bishop, that's like my worst boss ever. It's like no way I'm gonna do this. It's like horrible. I should just restart, like it's a waste of time. Yeah, it's like no point. I'm not gonna do this. This boss is like too hard. Wait, click Town Portal. Right, anyway, it's late. I think clearing T89 is pretty good for this without like cheese. I'm gonna try some more, but I want to test different builds. So again, I'm like still have like a lot of ways to improve this. Even my rings, like you know, I don't have the upgrades, so it just takes like such a long time to upgrade all your gear, which is like really a big deal. I guess I got some materials now. It's like, again, I just got 300, like literally, like it's nothing. It's like not even one 12 out of 12, so you don't missing into gloves, well, it's 11% damage. Simple as that, right? Alright. Anyway, I'm gonna close it for today, so take care. Thanks for watching.